liveatc.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Fred's Market, a Plant City tradition of family dining and Southern hospitality since 1954. Founded by Elvin Evelyn Johnson, it began as a gas station where Evelyn cooked for family and friends. Today, Fred's Market serves farm-to-plate freshness at 3 different Central Florida locations, offering a buffet of fresh, slow-cooked food in a warm and fun atmosphere. It's Southern comfort at its pure and hearty best, embodying the essence of Fred's Market Restaurant. Fred'sMarket.com.
Sun and
I'm
Fun.
sure
Thanks to
tomorrow he will be
Fiberglass
back
Florida's
again.
largest independently owned composites distributor.
He'll be a natural flyer, knows every aircraft by name.
Locations. They cater to diverse industries from aviation to
Instead
marine.
of his
With a complete line
homework,
of epoxy
he's up
systems
in his
to
room
specialized
drawing
coring
clay.
materials. FCCI services extend from individual hobbyists to
I think
major
he
manufacturers.
knows he's a
You can find
little
more
boy,
information at
but he carries a
FGCI.com.
man-sized dream.
Production is sponsored by A&B.
Longs for the day and his chance in a flying machine.
With perfect modularity for every journey at the industry's
Sweet
best
dreams
value.
his mom and
Combining
daddy
modularity,
say.
functionality,
Climbs into
durability,
bed,
and
they
performance
whisper
with unique
goodnight.
features.
His
Van Duyn
flashlight is
ensures there
new,
is a
he's
van for
on
every
chapter
adventure,
2
budget, and
of
mission.
Jaeger.
You can see their vans here at Goose Inside
Under
World
the
Energy
covers.
or online at vanduit.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll Bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-6.
Wing is lost, drag increases, and lift is depleted.
After school, he's out there every day, dreaming about his future while the other kids play. He knows what he wants to be. His mind is set so strong. He knows in his heart the sky is where he belongs. Sweet dreams his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they turn off the light. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he dreams tonight. Hi son, what's your name?
Matthew,
Matthew, I see you out here all the time, and hey, I'm going flying tomorrow. You think you'd like to come along?
you mean it, mister?
You bet. Hey, why don't you check with your folks, make sure it's okay, and I'll see you out here tomorrow, okay?
Awesome!
In his eyes, in his eyes,
I started getting, I like learning new things, so I'd get new ratings as I went along, and eventually there weren't many ratings left except for flight instructor. So I was like, well, might as well do that because that's next, I guess. And that I didn't expect to do a whole lot of flight instruction, but that turned into a whole side business. And
Really?
that really ended up where I am today, yeah.
And let me ask you, and I mean zero disrespect to the guys that do this. There are a lot of CFIs out there that are simply instructing to build their hours to get their ATP. Were you a build my hours CFI, or were you a I want to make flying safer CFI?
Well, I like to think I was the second one. I certainly was not the first one because, like I said, it was just a hobby for me. It was a side gig. I had no plans of going to the airlines or anything like that. But I just picked up such a large clientele, kind of like Tom, as he's told me about. And these people learn that you are reasonably decent at your job, and they refer their friends and stuff. And then it became a pretty big full-time, part-time business of mine.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I enjoyed the heck out of it.
We're actually going to start turning people away.
Yeah.
It's
That's-
like, man,
that
I
breaks
really,
your heart,
it does.
but-
Well, because I'm more of the latter as well. I wanted to teach somebody.
Absolutely.
I wasn't shooting for a job. I wasn't trying to get to 1,500 hours. I was caring about how I was making pilots, and it's like I enjoyed students. I enjoyed teaching them. I enjoyed bringing them to that aha moment, and you finally do. You get to a point where it's like, yeah, I'd really like to do this, but I can't give you the time that you deserve.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I always had a
It would not
suggestion.
be
Go
fair of
go
me,
see this guy,
right,
and
yeah.
he's good too.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to interrupt for just a moment and say a quick shout-out hello to Sun and Fun Radio friend and supporter. Kayla Perez is watching out in Texas. She couldn't come out. She has 2 airplanes. Neither one is flying right now. And flying an R-22 helicopter from Texas to Florida was just not in the cards.
Wow. that would be an adventure, wouldn't it?
It would, right? And the whole thing was, an R-22, you can't flip on the autopilot and relax. You are flying that helicopter the whole time. Her family actually is in aviation, and Kayla I don't want to mess up the timeline, Kayla, and I apologize, but she has gone from flying a helicopter. She was doing aviation media. We met through Kevin Lacey. And back when Airplane Repo was big.
Yep.
We met, she came, she knew people with the Albatross. She and Derek went and hung out on the Albatross and watched the air show from the top wing of the Albatross, which was pretty cool. Come back, became fast friends. Great person. She's gotten her helicopter rating. She's gotten her pilot certificate. So congratulations, Kayla, and living the dream. And I want that airplane fixed, and I want you back here next year. You hear me? And you tell your father that I said that. Hello to Rick and everybody else. So you're living the dream. You're making your living in aviation. You're living the dream. You're making your living in aviation. And our dream is to have a sponsor that loves us and wants us to be happy so we can live our dream of video streaming. And it just so happens that sponsor stepped forward, and that is Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Joining us on deck is Miss Susan Levitt. Good morning, Smiley.
Good morning. You turned the heat off here in Florida. What's going on?
We get that occasionally. You get
Yeah.
one little
Dan-
front that comes through, The Canadians, they feel sorry for us. They send us one every now and then.
No.
Dan Coyne came to me this morning and said, "Why did we turn the heat off?" And I said, "Why did you bring this cold crap with you, cheesehead?" So
My
it's funny
fellow
to me. It's
Wisconsinite.
funny to me that the guy that lives in Florida lives right here in the area, is sitting here in his shirt sleeves. And the 2 cheeseheads, Wisconsinites that are with us, are whining about the cold.
Right?
But they're from Wisconsin,
Yes.
so they're used to having cheese with their wine.
Trying to ignore us.
Yes.
Dan's good at ignoring me, though. Actually, you did not only do you take it from me, you bring me cheese, which
Right?
is, you both bring me cheese. I
Imports.
import contraband.
Yes.
I had a bag in the fridge of the cheese curds you brought and some specialty cheeses Dan brought for us. Then I bring it home and I say, "Honey, I got presents for you." And I hand her a shopping bag, and she holds it. Wow! And she opens it. That's a lot of cheese. Yay! That was exactly it. That's a lot of cheese. Yay!
Yes. Yes.
So, thank you guys for the gifts. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you guys. This is year number 4 that we've been together.
I believe it is. And this
Yeah.
year, you guys really stepped up. Not only did you sponsor the station, you stepped up and sponsored all of the equipment for our video streaming.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. We can't thank you enough for that. I mean, we're just having so much fun with this. watching it on YouTube. I've got people. One of the pieces of equipment that we purchased, I call it Campus Cam. I don't know what the proper name for it is. I just call it Campus Cam. We have a 23-foot tripod next to our canopy here that gets us up high enough that we're over the tents, right? Because we can't see the airfield from here. Sitting on the deck, we see tents. If they're up high enough, they're 100 feet up or better, we can see them. But the Campus Cam is up high enough that it gives a great view of the flight line. So the Campus Cam, when we're done with our live broadcast day at 1 and we broadcast the air show, we switch over to air show feed, we turn on the Campus Cam so you can watch the air show on the YouTube channel. Because of copyright, we can't run audio. So you watch the Campus Cam on YouTube and you listen on liveatc.net/SNF. You can actually watch the air show without being here. When we did the night show Wednesday night, I happened to be coming back to the station, ran into a friend, so I stopped right there on the corner. I'm watching it on my phone on the YouTube stream to see what it looks like. And when the drones did that Sun and Fun, plain, clear, visible in the camera, I'm so tickled about that. We're actually getting more hits on our air show cam than we are on our audios,
right?
On the videos. I guess they want to look at airplanes instead of me.
Yeah.
But no, and we're doing that now. For those of you that are watching, and those of you that have, been nice enough to come give us a view, thank you. I will. So I was handed a note here. Thank you. We will be indexing the videos. Right now, it's a 4.5-hour video, but we will be indexing it. It was just way too complicated to try and break it out in 15-minute separate 15-minute interviews.
Sure.
So we will be indexing it, and it's at Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube, SNF Radio on Facebook. Both of them are streaming. Both of them go. Now, the first year you came and you sponsored us, and the second year you said, I want to do something kind of cool. Tell us about the Hold Short area.
I think Dave's getting used to my crazy ideas at this
I
point.
I love them too.
It's usually Saturday or Sunday. Say, hey Dave, come here. What if we did? And he hasn't said no yet, so that's a good sign.
Not only have I not said no, I have been a very, very competent enabler.
Absolutely.
And I want you to know that you and one of your little goodies out there in your Hold Short area are the reason Articulator exists. So tell us about the Hold Short area.
Yeah, so we decided that we would turn the grassy area next to Sun and Fun Radio into kind of a Northwoods, up north Wisconsin experience for you. So we've got our faux fire pit going already this morning. And this year we added a giant Jenga game. Which I think, Dave, we might have to add a second one because I saw a little skirmish going on yesterday between two groups that wanted to play.
Well, what you don't know yet is next year, along with Giant Jenga, you're probably going to have a Giant Connect 4.
Ooh, yes, please.
And one team will be GRB and the other team will be Sun and Fun Radio.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's stuff that we bring into the airport as well. So I have a beanbag toss in the airport. We have a foosball table. We have a number of things. So we're trying to bring that into the airport as well. But I do want to say that Sun and Fun Radio has been key for us in Green Bay in bringing that GA traffic back into our airport and into Green Bay during AirVenture, which happens the end of July. I think I had about 450 GA aircraft on the ramp last year for AirVenture. The hotels are happy. They're telling me that they're seeing the folks with the wristbands, and so are the restaurants. So us talking about this and now being on video is really been really important for the airport, and I can't thank radio enough for that.
So for us Florida boys, how far is that? How much of a drive is it to
it's about
to
a
the
50
event
minute.
from?
Yeah, it's about a 50-minute drive.
Yeah, okay, good.
Most of it is
5-0.
4-lane.
Well within range. That's not a bad drive in the morning.
And what about a flight? How far are you by, say, GA aircraft? What are you, like, less than an hour? I know it's less than an hour. It's
15 minutes.
Yeah, it's about 15.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So there's this little gathering in Oshkosh in July.
Yes.
And people come there, and
I just called it the event.
The event.
The event.
Well, for a long time it was the event whose name shall not be mentioned. Loving joke. We love our friends from EAA.
Absolutely.
If it wasn't for Air Venture, Sun and Fun wouldn't exist. People they're coming in for Air Venture in July. Why would they fly to Green Bay instead of Oshkosh?
So a lot of times we have less congestion at the restaurants. If we call them the trailing partner, so if your partner isn't necessarily interested in airplanes for 7 days of the week, we've got a number of activities that they can do within Green Bay, like Lambeau Field, which would be the other mecca that week. But north of us we have Door County, which has got plenty of shopping, sailboats, lighthouses. Wine tours. Yeah, there's 9 lighthouses in Door County.
Okay, now one claim to fame that you can pick out of that one, the Florida Keys, 100-mile chain, 120-mile chain of islands, has 5 working lighthouses.
Oh, I would have thought they had more.
Exactly, you got 19. That's
No, we have 9.
9. Well,
9.
you beat the Keys.
Right.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, and what's unique about the lighthouses is that a dear friend of mine does air tours around the lighthouses, so he can take you out morning or in the evening with nice photo ops. He'll take you around each lighthouse so you can get the photos that you want.
Cool.
You can go by boat, or some of them you can even drive to, and you can go inside.
That's cool.
That's very
One
cool.
of we used to have vacation rental in Key Largo. We had 2 of them, and one of our guests was out and took a photograph of one of the lighthouses that still exists. I don't believe it's functioning. I'm not positive, but they did it early in the morning, and they got the rising sun looking like the light of the lighthouse.
Yeah.
And it's one of the pieces that we keep on at our place. As far as she's a cop or a sheriff in Tampa.
Oh.
So
Nice.
nice people, neat stuff. So we only have a couple more minutes. We definitely want to get to our weather. So in a minute, tell me why I should come to Green Bay other than staging to not fly into the insanity that is Oshkosh airspace. It's not July. I'm sane enough to go up there in the cool weather of spring or fall. Why would I come to Green Bay? Why would I come to GRB?
At GRB, we're offering a fuel discount. We've got 108,000 square feet of hangar space at each of our FBOs. Not to mention plenty of room outside. I have Delta, American, United, Frontier, and Sun Country that fly in, so we can get you in if you're going to fly commercial. I would say rent a car early, because typically 2 months out, all car rentals will be booked up, so make sure that you rent a car early. And our hotels are just thrilled to have you, and the restaurants are thrilled to have you.
Great. So, Susan Levitt, what is your job title with GRB? I always forget, because you're just Susan to me.
Right. I'm the marketing communications manager, but I also do air service development.
Great. And we cannot ever thank you enough for what you do for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me be part of the family.
Yeah, and we met, and after a couple of proper, polite, this is your new sponsor conversations, the barbs and the jokes started flying, and
Been best of friends ever since.
I started making fun of the Green Bay, and she said, "Hey, wait a minute," I said, "I'm from Minnesota. I can make fun of your accent." Right. And we became fast. Not only are you a sponsor and a supporter of the station, we're friends, and I'm so glad you're here. Another gentleman on the deck with us, and I'm reading across and I'm looking at the name badge. I hope you didn't steal somebody else's name badge.
Oh.
Dr. Ian Johnson my eyes are not that good. Weather technology in the cockpit.
They're good enough.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio, Dr. Ian.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Super. Thank you very much. Now, tell me about Dr. Ian. Where does Dr. Ian work, and what does he do?
Okay. I'm an engineer and psychologist and human factors lead, but I'm also a pilot in the weather technology in the cockpit program. That's an FAA Next Gen program. I'm based in DC, and basically we do research to look at weather information, look at gaps in training, gaps in weather information, and develop standards, guidance, so pilots can use that information to inform their decision making. My role in the program, I look at how that information is displayed. I have to learn and know how people actually think and how they use that information. So that's my role, and also as a pilot.
Are there any big or sweeping changes coming to how the FAA does weather, or do you guys just slip little bits in there at a time to not confuse people?
Well, one of the things we're looking at is how weather's been taught, right? Because we did some research and we understand that pilots are not doing a good job interpreting the weather information that they're looking at. Most of them are self-briefing, and either on a tablet or something like that. And you need to know what you're looking at if you're going to use that information to inform your decision making. And the last place to try to figure that out is when you're in the air. So most of it should be done on the ground. So we're working with Embry Leonard University in Daytona Beach. They do a lot of the training for us, but we have other universities that we fund to do that type of work too. So.
Great. Now, you are here to give us a weather briefing. We've got about 3 minutes before we have to cut to a break. Obviously, it is a beautiful, beautiful morning here in Central Florida.
So it's a sunny day, and the winds are going to be from the northwest at 10 to 15 miles an hour. It's going to start gusting this afternoon about 20, and basically it's going to be somewhere in the 70s or the 80s. So
all right.
It's a fun day for Sun and Fun.
Nothing like yesterday, we hope.
No,
Yes,
no.
nowhere near
Far
as bad as
better
yesterday.
than yesterday, I must admit.
And what are we looking at through the weekend?
It's
the
hard.
same,
It's
isn't it?
hard. It's about the same. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So it's good for the families who are not here today, because I know most on Saturday and Sunday that's family day. So yeah.
And even, in spokes, Dr. David has had to go back to Chicago and be, our other host that's been with us most of the morning. Dr. David always gives a safety, personal health safety notices in the morning. So he's not here. I'm going to step in. It is very cool. It's very nice today. It's going to be relatively cool all day, and you might not think about it, but you need to hydrate. You should be drinking. You should be drinking a bottle of water every hour. So these bottles of water or a lemonade. We love our coffee. We love our tea. We love our sodas. But you basically clear beverages because caffeine dehydrates you. Definitely hydrate all day. Now I live here. I've lived in South Florida my entire adult life. I don't sunscreen because my body is used to it and takes it. But for our friends from the north, the Florida sun will cook you in a heartbeat, even when it's only 72 degrees. You will be looking like a rock lobster by the end of the day if you do not put on your sunscreen. If you are not feeling well, if you need assistance, we have a medical center right by the main entrance. If you can't get there, grab any Sun and Fun volunteer. 3,000 volunteers make this thing happen every day. Grab any volunteer and tell them you need medical assistance, and they will help you. They will get you help, either get you to the med center or get our paramedics to us. We become a city on ourselves. We have paramedics, we have radio, we have TV. Sun and Fun is a city in itself. We want our guests to have a great experience. Stay hydrated. Wear that sunscreen. The wind will dehydrate you. Even if you're out of the sun, you can get, the wind blows the moisture out of your body. So please, we want everybody to enjoy their day. Stay hydrated, stay sunscreened. The unfortunate part is by the time you realize that you're already in trouble. Okay, we're going to go to a break in 4 seconds. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. We'll be back. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85 plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit Phillips66lubricants.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home build area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Another new feature at the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is our Family Oasis. Are you and your family ready to take a break? You can stop by the Family Oasis located in the heart of our new Future in Flight area. It's an oasis for young families, complete with comfort stations, nursing areas, and an escape from the sun. There's no charge. Access to the Family Oasis is included with daily admission. Open 9 to 4 daily, the new Family Oasis at Sun and Fun.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is the 30th Annual Sun and Fun Radio broadcast. 30 years I've been doing this. Man, I started talking 30 years ago and I ain't stopped.
They gave you a mic, and they just kind of, wanted you to come back year after year. You were doing such a good job with your volunteers.
And that golden voice we're hearing is my co-host, my co-chair of Live Air, Jack Mason.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, son.
Mr. Audrey Mason.
Mr. Audrey Mason, currently
Mr.
for the
Audrey
past
Mason
month.
Currently. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Jack proposed to his fiancée, now wife. I guess he proposed to his girlfriend, who became his fiancée and is now his wife.
During last Sun and Fun.
Last Sun and Fun.
April 1st. Everybody and their brother was like, April Fool's joke. I'm like, no. It just happens to be on April 1st.
It was, every year there's a worst-kept secret of Sun and Fun. Jack's going to propose to Audrey on Saturday night at her event was the worst kept secret of Sun and Fun last year.
She did not know.
But she didn't know.
She didn't know,
So
and
that
she
was
still
great.
promises she never found out before until I was actually on a stage with her and a couple hundred people proposing.
Yeah,
one of the
great.
highlights of life that just you didn't expect to happen. She didn't expect it to happen, but it did right there.
And I loved her immediate reaction. I'm gonna kill you.
Literally.
And then she said yes.
Smiling
so.
tears with those words coming out of her mouth, but I knew that that was a yes in its own meaning.
And that's great. And you guys went ahead and got married. Congratulations.
thank
So
you.
in the morning show, you had stepped off to handle co-chairman stuff and let me run the morning show this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank
it was
you.
nice of you. We mentioned that we had our British Air Cadets. So every year we have a contingency, I would guess you would call it, a squadron. I'm not sure how it would, but come from England to volunteer here. And we have John Wogelmouth, who is the CEO of the big
the
boss
camp
of the group?
commandant,
Commandant,
the boss,
okay.
the organizer.
And tell us who you brought with you this morning.
We've got Flight Sergeant Jack Dawson and Cadet Warrant Officer Francesco Parelis.
Paracella, very
Paracella,
close.
there we go.
Good morning, gentlemen.
That is not an English name. Where's my pizza?
It's in the oven. It's in the oven.
No, so, tell me about what you guys do when you're here at Sun and Fun.
So basically, we're all split into different flights, and then we get briefed the night before, or basically what we'll be doing throughout the day. So that goes from anything from crowd control, helping out warbirds, the general aircraft parking and camping, and just any other bits and bobs that we got asked to do to kind of help out with Sun and Fun, essentially.
Now, is this your first Sun and Fun, or have you been here before?
This is my first Sun and Fun, yes,
Yeah,
and I'm really enjoying it so far.
Yeah. Now, and Jack, Flight Sergeant Jack Dawson, what about you? What do you do while we're here? Have you done anything currently all week, or do you rotate out?
Well, each morning we wake up, have breakfast, as everyone does. Then we go on to do our duties. So most of the days we have 2 or 3 duties. Some days we might do the workshops that you offer here, or the STEM that you offer here, which are quite useful because most of the time we don't have stuff like this at the UK air shows.
No, you don't. UK doesn't do things like that, huh? And is this your first, or have you been here before?
This is my first.
And again, what do you think?
I think it's really good.
And you're gonna be coming back with us?
Oh, 100%.
Now, John, you've been coming a long time. How many have you done? Is this?
I believe this is my 18th.
18th. And then not only is this the radio station's 30th anniversary,
but it's our anniversary too.
It's the BAC's 30th anniversary of being here and helping out. And what I think is, what you're doing, again, for our non-flying public or people who may not be 100% aware, the British Air Cadets, BAC, right? That
ATC.
I'm sorry?
ATC, yeah, Air Training Corps.
Air Training Corps. So our BAC is our name for what you guys do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I'm saying.
Oh, British Air Cadets, yeah.
British Air Cadets is what we call you guys here, but you're actually the Air Training Corps.
Yeah.
Now, we have our ROTC here in the U.S., which is military-based training and disciplines and stuff. Are you guys... But you're actually part of the military, aren't you? Your cadets part of the military, or are you just military guidance like our ROTC?
Yeah, very much military guidance, yeah.
Okay,
So it's sponsored by the Royal Air Force.
Gotcha, okay.
And so very much like the Civil Air Patrol and things like that. So the squadrons are town-based or school-based. So we've got, it can either be part of the school curriculum, or it can be an evening thing where
extracurricular, as we call it here.
Yeah, so 2 nights a week they attend their squadron in their local town, and basically learn about aviation and all these sort of things that cadets want to do. And also the military thing, skills, sort of drill.
Drill. Hey, discipline. You have to have it.
And
you
that's
have to
what.
learn it.
And it's amazing how the cadets. You ask them of all the exciting things we do. And one of the things is the discipline, knowing what they're doing, having a structured program. They can cope with that. They know what they're doing, and it's amazing. You think, I do all this exciting stuff, and you want to do marching, but they know what they're getting.
Right. And again, it's discipline. It's teaching them. The biggest thing, and what's I'm sorry, is sorely lacking in today's youth is discipline, is commitment to doing things. Now, do they have the opportunity to get a pilot's license, or what? I'm not sure what you.
There are scholarships available for either powered flight or gliding. Gliding's a bit more accessible due to cost, but there are programs. Not many, but there are programs available for those that really strive it and want to push for it and are happy to fill in a form, which seems to be the biggest blocker. You know, some things I will fill in for my cadets if I want them to go.
Yeah.
E.g., I've got a parade and you'll be there. But when it's something like flying or something of such a magnitude, it's like, no, you've got to put the effort in.
Well, and that's also teaching them that if you want it, work for it.
Yeah.
You know, and which is really, really good. Now, what would make, aside from having the opportunity to come to the States and impress us rebellious colonists with all of your military might and discipline, what would bring a young person to join your Air Training Corps in Britain?
Interest in joining the military when they leave high school, general interest in aviation. A lot of the cadets, it's hearsay, so they talk to their friends at school whilst they're supposed to be paying attention, but they're not. You know, so it's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to, the Air Cadets. Oh, what's that about? And general, friendship, and
camaraderie and
pushing the boundaries.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting when I talk to the cadets. It's like, why are you here? Well, my parents thought it was a good idea, or I thought it was a good idea. You know, I'm out of my comfort zone. I'm pushing myself, and it's. I think the beautiful thing of it is when you see them turn up when they're sort of 13, and they don't want to say hello to anybody. They want to hide in that squad. They want to, they're certainly not going to stand out there at the front telling everybody what to do. And give it 3 or 4 years later, they're out the front, barking the orders, dressed impeccably, got the confidence to stand there and teach a lesson, all come out here. This, and this is the beauty of coming out here. This is really pushing the comfort zone. We've gone, 4,500 miles, We speak the same language, but the cultural differences, they're in a campsite, they've got to share a tent with like 25 other people. They've got a very sort of an army-based cot, sleeping bag, wash block they're sharing with thousands of others.
Miss April and I visited your camp, and I'm a little embarrassed to say that's the first time I know where your camp is. I've seen your camp. That's the first time I've ever actually come into your camp. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
And we're really thankful to the support we get from Sun and Fun for allowing us to have that facility here all year round.
Yeah.
Without that facility, storing all the equipment, this camp would be really hard. It's hard already to organise, but to actually have that facility there, it allows us to have an advance party that comes out, 3 days before the cadets turn up, and literally you're around ragged, putting all the cots up, making sure the tents are there, because we couldn't turn up with 60 cadets and go, oh, the tents are coming tomorrow. That's not really very helpful.
No.
It's not helpful.
Hey, you're military, sleep under a tree.
Yeah. Hammocks.
No. Hammocks, yeah. Now, I'm trying to remember, there were 3 permanent buildings and the commissary and the tents, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. And we're really glad you guys are here. We've got to cut to a break. Thank you guys so much, so much for being here. Please come out, have a waffle, have breakfast, tell Chef it's on me. We're going to cut to a break, Mr. Engineer, in just 5 seconds. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, coming to you from Sun and Fun 24.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Maker of the popular Sky Jeep STOL bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun & Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun & Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun & Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the career fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there. Sun & Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
If you thrive on extreme and unusual attitudes in the sky, the Aerobatic headquarters, located just east of the approach end of Runway 5 along Taxiway E, is your ultimate destination at Sun & Fun. We're distinct from the airshow pilots, but you might catch a few watching the airshow from our small grandstand. Curious about regulations and aircraft requirements? We're presenting forums throughout the week. Check the Sun & Fun schedule. Don't miss this chance to learn from those of us addicted to the thrill of extreme maneuvers. Come join us at the Aerobatic headquarters, where the sky's the limit and every flight is an adventure.
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
And welcome back to Sun & Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. And we are coming to you live from Sun & Fun 24, which is the 50th anniversary of the Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo. And on the deck with me this morning, I'm Tom Frick and Russ Rusleski. Good morning, Russ.
Hey, Tom. Good to be back on. Absolutely. We have a great guest here who's going to talk to us about some clothing. We all wear clothing, right? So this is Joe Nogin from Love of Country Clothing, which is not country clothing, as I learned, but Love of Country Clothing.
It is America, patriotic country. I love country music, but we established Love of Country in 2016 to try to unite and inspire Americans, bring people together. So it is definitely country. I'm an Air Force medic. I'm celebrating my 11-year anniversary next month on the 9th of May, but who's counting?
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
So, so we started this thing back in 2015, 2016, as we saw kind of our country getting divided a little bit, and we started seeing some extremism on both right and left, and our whole thing is, it doesn't matter if you're red or you're blue, Republican, Democrat, we're all Americans, and our mission statement is to unite and inspire Americans. So that's what we did, and we came up with our clothing line that is made exclusively in America. So we don't know another company that does it. Our cotton is grown here in South Carolina and California. It's shipped to a facility where it's put into yarn, where it then goes to our fabric, cut, sewn, and hemmed by American laborers, and then printed here. So talk about made in America, we are.
It's 100%, huh?
That's it.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. No other way to do it.
And what kind of clothing are we talking about? Hats, shirts?
So we do,
what do
yes.
you have?
We have T-shirts, long sleeves. We have sweatshirts. We just introduced baseball caps, which are made actually in New Jersey by union workers. So it goes the next level over there. So it's American made by union workers. We do have eco-friendly products as well. So made out of bamboo and different other recycled bottles. So we're really trying to hit home on not just made in America, but high-end quality. And our designs are timeless. You know, like we don't want to be a T-shirt company that's here today, gone tomorrow. We want to be like the Ralph Lauren polo of American made, you know. So our designs are usually a single color, maybe two colors, light hit with the inks. We custom mix our own inks, so it's a very soft touch on the shirts. And they pay homage to our American history, you know. I mean, there's a lot these days that we're trying to change, but we believe that if you don't remember and respect our past, then we might be doomed to repeat it again. And we don't want that. We can only learn and move forward as a country, as Americans. And like the shirt I'm wearing right now is RED Friday. Remember, everyone deployed Friday. Today's Friday, so we wear the RED Friday in tribute and in honor of our men and women that are deployed. We have shirts like, of course, the American flag. We have the Betsy Ross flag, the Don't Tread on Me. We have the blue line and the green line and the red line for our first responders and our military. So, yeah, we take our time. We decide on our designs that aren't just catchy and are going to sell shirts today, but they're shirts that we could wear for years to come, and people are going to take a look at it and say, oh yeah, you know what, that makes me that inspires me. I'm a proud American. You know, we just launched actually here at the show an Appeal to Heaven shirt, and this one is something that a lot of people don't know about. It was actually a design that was created in 1775 by Colonel Joseph Reed. And when George Washington and they all landed up north in Massachusetts and started coming down, a lot of them were sick. A lot of the soldiers were sick, having difficulty with some leadership and all, and they all started praying, and that was their appeal to heaven. So in 1776, George Washington actually made it an official flag, and they flew it on the Navy ships up in Massachusetts. So it's basically just a pine tree, and it says an appeal to heaven on the top. And I created that design on our new shirts with a little bit of explanation on the bottom of it. So, I mean, that's the number one thing. People go by our booth, which is Northeast 007, and they go by, and that's the first shirt they see, and they read it. And even if people don't buy it, they're getting a little bit of an education on a little bit part of our history, you know, belief, and, you know, just kind of something that's grounding us here.
Now, you mentioned where your booth is.
Yes, sir.
Kids at clothing, different sizes, size range, all sizes of. We have a lot of sizes of
yes,
people
sir,
out
we
here.
We do. We go from adult extra small to 4X. Here at the show, we don't have our children's line, but we have something called the Little Patriots, and the Little Patriots line goes from a size 8. It goes 8, 10, and 12. We're getting ready to launch toddlers, so tiny Patriots. That's going to be on its way soon.
Good.
Yes. We've got to go all the way back. You know, have them
well thought out.
Yes, sir. We try. You know, it's not just a business for me. You know, I've got it on my arm. I don't have much ink, but I've got our American flag, the We the People, and my wife and my kids here. So, and like I said, I'm an Air Force medic. I've been in for 11 years. I'm up at the 106 Rescuing in New York where the PJs are. So we take care of them to make sure that they can go out and do the amazing stuff that they do and keep our Americans safe.
So, do you have a background in some kind of artistic work, or I mean, something to inspire your ideas and your designs and this kind of stuff?
This is what inspired me right here. Just America. And like I said, I was away for 8 months with the Air Force for my medical training in 2014 and 15. And, you know, we're off, we're doing our training. We're in like a very sterile military environment. You know, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No covers out wearing inside, you know, the whole strong thing. And we're watching on TV, the very little time we have, we're watching on TV the things going on with the political debates, you know, with the presidency at that time. And just the hatred that we saw on the right and the left. And it was just, I mean, celebrities with their influence going out and just either way, both sides going to extreme measures to influence our youth. And it was just, you know, I'm 50 now. I went through boot camp at 39. I graduated boot camp. I turned 40. So I was a teacher. I was an air traffic controller before this. And I told my wife, I said, hon, I don't want to live with regrets. I'm going. So I graduated boot camp, and then a few weeks later, I turned 40. And it was next to marrying my wife. It was the best decision of my life. So if she's listening right now, Kristen, brownie points right there with that.
Big points, yeah.
Big points. Yep.
We need them.
Yeah. So we're obviously at an air show.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So do you have kind of air aviation kind of designs or something like that for this market?
This is the first time we're doing this event. I've been trying to get in for a few years. It's packed. It's a difficult show to get into, and this year one opened up. And we have a new shirt that's a KC-135 shirt. I don't even have it here today, but one of my employees, we opened a store at MacDill Air Force Base not that long ago.
Okay.
So we now have, I think it's 17 bases that want us to open stores within the military exchanges. But we want to get out and reach different people, and show our designs and just do this. Just talk to people about America, in the direction we're headed, and hopefully we all come together. So the brand new design will be here tomorrow. It's an American flag with a big KC-135 and the boom coming out, and an in-flight refueling, because the KC-135 is the aircraft of MacDill Air Force Base, which is being phased out, I understand, in the next 2 years. So that's our brand new design. That, and like I said, we had the Appeal to Heaven, but that will be here tomorrow. So
Great.
Stop by Northeast 007. It's a Santee color, super cool shirt.
Well, now you brought up an interesting point right there, is that you do have actual retail stores.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a lot of vendors here who everything's online, of course,
right,
and
right.
You go to the website and you order there. But you have actual retail stores, and how many did you say?
Well, we have two. We have now one. We had one in New York,
okay,
and we closed New York down to come down to Florida. So we've been down
so you got
here.
the one here in Florida, but you have a lot of bases that are interested
Yes.
in having your store at the exchanges. And
Absolutely.
I'm an Air Force veteran myself. I totally
Thank you
appreciate
for
what
your
you're
service.
doing.
Absolutely.
And I know those stores and the BXs. They're fantastic. So,
It's great. I mean, the people that we can touch and we talk to are World War II veterans. I had a conversation with a lady the other day who served 30 years in the Army, and she started during Vietnam. So talk about a story and our history there and what she accomplished. I talked to a Native American lady who was the first Native American female in the military and the honors that she got. So, the inspiration and the talking to them, it's what keeps us going.
Well, there would be an F-16 doing a flyby.
That's the sound of freedom, baby, right there. I love it. I love it. So, yeah, we are at loveofcountry.com, loveofcountryclothing.com. You can check us out online. We are trying to hit the ground and get back to some retail throughout the country and the events. We're going to be going all over the country. So, yeah, definitely check out the website. Look at our social medias at Love of Country Clothing. We have a link tree, a QR code now, which I still don't even know what it is, but we're moving forward.
Are you having any show specials or anything like that?
We do. We always do 20% off for military veterans and first responders. So we are premium line. It is a little expensive. It's expensive for us. Our T-shirts are $40, but they come down to $32 for our veterans and military and first responders. So other than that, just come by the booth. If we have your size, if we have the design you want, we'll take care of it. And really, we're just trying to spread that classic vintage Americana, that homage to our history of America on our designs, and bring people together.
That's excellent, man. So, yeah, we really appreciate what you're doing and
My
all the
pleasure.
information you provided to us. And
Yeah, sorry I spoke so much. I didn't give you guys a chance to talk. I'm
you
sorry.
did great, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to hear all that information. So we're going to need to cut to a break here. So
Yes, sir.
we're going to go let the guys have it, and we'll be back after this.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, Experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day 0, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
More educational forums at Paradise City, 12 April, which is Friday, 10:30 in the morning. Kit building, what you need to know. Charlie Becker from the EAA. 12 o'clock, let's talk about powered parachutes. Galen Gagley, LP12 Power Shoot. At 1:30, Auto Gyro flying with Bob Snyder, LP25 Auto Gyro USA. At 3 o'clock, commercial UAS drone operation. That's Paul Herrera, everythinglifesaving.com.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hello, aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of showplanes at Sun 'n Fun. Witness the stunning array of aircraft in our showplane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun 'n Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Sun 'n Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Redbird Flight. Redbird Flight is powering the future of flight training with devices, apps, and content that make it easier for you to master the art of flying. You can visit booths NE51 and NE52 to try the company's innovative flight simulation solutions for flight schools, universities, K-12 schools, and individual pilots. For more information, visit redbirdflight.com. Join the migration.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun 'n Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Sun 'n Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you, of course, by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Russ Rosleski here again with Tom Frick. Hello, Tom.
Good morning, Russ.
Good morning, and we have a good guest, another good guest here.
Oh, they've all been good guests.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
we have yet another one.
And yet another one. Who are we talking to now?
So this morning we're talking about aviation medicals with Dr. William Bush, affectionately known as Doc Bush. Yes. So good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yeah. So was just trying to think my way through. Aviation medicals covers a lot. It's a lot of space here. So.
I get one every 6 months in my job.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm always seeing you guys. So
I'm on the 1 year cycle at the moment, but it's still.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what you do.
Well, I work and run a business called AvDoc 51. It's over at the Stallion 51 complex at the Kissimmee Gateway Airport. Been doing it for quite some time, since I retired from the U.S. Navy. We do all sorts of aviation medical exams. I happen to be a board-certified ophthalmologist, so we do eye exams also. And we have we specialize in difficult cases, color deficiencies, special issuances, waivers, medical conditions, and then we have the HIMSS program where we deal with drug, alcohol, and mental health issues in aviators.
Sure. So, and this is great because, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who don't know how to get started in that system. They think that they have an issue or something that's going on and they want to try to work through that and still be able to fly an airplane. So,
right. If a person's
go ahead.
If a person's not a pilot and he's got some medical issues or mental health or substance abuse problems, he just needs to make an appointment with an aviation medical examiner. In the military, we call it call them flight surgeons. In the civilian world, it's called AMEs, Aviation Medical Examiners, FAA designated. Just make an appointment and go see the person and have a chat with them and tell them what's going on. Because, to be honest with you, most of the time, things are waiverable. In other words, don't do the thinking yourself. Pay the doctor who's been trained for many years to do the thinking for you.
So just to be clear, at this point you're saying just make an appointment. We're not talking about going through MedExpress, and we're not applying for anything. We're just making an appointment with an AME so that we can discuss what our personal issues may be and how we can move forward with those.
Right. If you're unsure and you don't know anything about it, go talk to an AME. You don't need to schedule a medical examination. Just schedule a consult.
Yeah.
Sure.
I absolutely agree. I as a flight instructor, I dealt a lot with more senior students,
and me as well. Yeah.
People, second career kind of things, and things that as a non-pilot you wouldn't even think of that would be a health issue maybe are for a pilot. So I always
and vice versa though. Somebody might
True.
think something's really important, like say high blood pressure. High blood pressure is a non-issue in the year 2024. Maybe in the year 1984 it wasn't. Mm-hmm. The point is, you're not the doctor. Go see the doctor.
Exactly. So I always refer them to go see someone like you, someone that especially handles difficult cases and is very knowledgeable about the environment we work in. So yeah, I highly recommend anybody, really anybody, but especially if you've been around for a few years,
sure.
You want to become a pilot, go see a medical examiner, see what he has to say about anything you have going on. And undoubtedly, doctor, you have to kind of go down a rabbit trail sometimes with folks and kind of pick their brains a little bit about stuff they've happened in the past that they may not even really think of.
Well, that's true. There may be something pops up that they don't think is significant, and it is. You just never know.
But it may be easily resolvable and waiverable,
Correct.
like you said, too.
Most things are waiverable. 95+%. Talking to the FAA doctors, 95% of people that put in for a waiver for a certain condition get the waiver. It's called a special issuance.
Yes.
But they get it 95% of the time. And of the 5% that don't get it, usually it's because the pilot gives up.
I think that statistic right there would shock most pilots because we all have this attitude that the medical system is out to get us and keep us from flying. And it's not true. 95% get the waiver.
Right.
I think that would shock a lot of people, that number.
Sure. And you brought up a good point with the high blood pressure. Like you said, in 1984, that was a big problem. In 2024, it's not a problem, and we can work through that. What are some other ailments, issues, or things that pilots might think that in 2024 might not be that big of an issue that may be commonly thought of as a big issue?
Well, I could twist your question around, but here's the answer I'm going to give you.
Okay.
The FAA is mostly concerned with a few things. And the main thing is the FAA is charged with keeping the airspace safe.
Absolutely.
And then the medical guys are charged with keeping the airspace safe for physical and mental conditions. And in those conditions, the mental conditions and the addictions, the drug and alcohol stuff are most concerning to the FAA. So if you've got any of that issue, any of those issues going on, you definitely need to seek consultation before you apply. And it's not a done deal, but you got to understand they want the pilots to be safe. And you could have several gizzard surgeries and still be safe, but if you're wacky, you may not be safe. I'm saying this in jest, of course, but you see what I'm saying,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely, sure. Well, and then you may have had ailments or surgeries or something that required you to take certain medications to get through that. That would count against that as well.
All the above.
Or for it, yeah.
So you let me know, because basically in closing that discussion, it's all about the mental health, drug, and alcohol stuff. If you have a kid that's shooting spitballs in 4th grade, make sure he gets checked out before you diagnose him with ADHD, okay?
Sure.
Don't get a DUI. Don't get an alcohol-related event. Those things are high vis with the FAA, and they'll make you very unhappy before you get your medical. Sure. Even though you get your medical, just make you unhappy before you get it.
Sure.
I understand that you are doing some informative forums here at Sun and Fun. Is that correct?
I am, and I usually do that, usually about 2 of them.
Okay.
So one today at 11, and then one tomorrow at 11.
And what kind of topics are you covering?
Yeah.
Well, I just have a general presentation, and then we cover question and answers, which is basically what really draws people in. The regular lecture, I can give one of many lectures. I kind of like the one where I just show the big picture of how the FAA works and how the flight physicals are and how they fill the forms out, stuff like that.
But it sounds like when you said, are there any questions, lots of hands go up.
Well, yeah, that's mainly it. So, instead of, I've gravitated towards that over the years instead of just one specific topic, like to give you a lecture on glaucoma or something. I mean, they're not going to be interested in that. So it's a general lecture.
Now, you mentioned you you specialize in handling difficult cases, right?
Yes.
Maybe I don't live around you. How do I find an AME that might be more suited towards a difficult case versus just any AME, the first one I pick off the list? How can I filter that or know about that?
Well, first of all, to do a difficult case as an AME doesn't take any extra brains or knowledge. It's all about your stick-to-itiveness and your motivation, and you're going to keep on it. It's all about the long term. So it's got nothing to do with how smart a guy is. It matters, is he interested enough in aviation? Is the doctor interested enough in that pilot's well-being and service and flying abilities to put out the extra efforts? And that's what it's all about. The geniuses can go become brain surgeons, but the AMEs, as long as they're willing to help the pilot and do what it takes, then that's what you need.
Yeah, so a lot of it sounds like just hiring anybody else. Recommendations and such.
It's all the AME is nothing more than a liaison between the pilot and the FAA. It's almost like a lawyer, but you're doing the medical thing. So the AME communicates with the FAA, represents the pilot to the FAA. So it's all about administrative stuff. There's no blood and guts in this. It's almost all paperwork. It's talking on the phone. It's negotiating. You guys understand?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense.
And it's irritating. That's why most AMEs don't do it, because it's irritating to do that.
I understand that, but the thing I'm getting out of this is that an AME can be an advocate for you as a pilot and help you get through the system.
That's
and
a good way.
be that
it.
Right, exactly.
Should be.
As opposed to an AME being somebody like, oh God, I got to go see this guy and he's gonna cut me off and I'm not gonna be able to fly anymore. Instead, it's the other way around. You're an advocate and you're trying to help me.
That's right. And another thing you might want to do is, when you're looking for an AME, find an AME that's interested in giving you a flight physical, not giving you a flight physical.
Right.
And what I'm trying to say is, the AME is. You okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
The AME is sort of a gatekeeper to aviation medical safety and medicine-wise as far as pilots are concerned. But an AME is a gatekeeper, not the gatekeeper. There's many other gates that a pilot has to jump through and hoops to be a proficient, safe pilot.
So tell us where your seminars are going to be this morning.
What?
Tell us where your seminars are going to be this morning, or your talks.
That way.
that way?
They're in the schoolhouse building.
The CFAA building, yeah.
okay.
They'll have a directory up on the
It's
ground
the
floor there.
building where the high school kids go.
Yeah,
to
and
school.
when's your first one today? 11, you
11,
said?
yeah.
11 a.m.
11, all right.
Yeah.
About
We'll go out and see Doc Bush out at the CAA building.
We'll have some fun, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Tell some jokes.
Yep.
Clean ones,
Thank you
of course.
very much, Doc Bush.
Yeah, we
your
appreciate
Thank you,
time.
Doc.
We appreciate the information.
Every year we
Enjoyed being
appreciate you
here.
coming up, and the professionalism that you provide is outstanding, so keep
Appreciate
it coming.
that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jack Mason, up here with Tom and Russ doing the morning of Sun and Fun 2024. We talk about this just being an outstanding air show, but it starts off in many different levels. We want to provide the education and the providence to the younger generation to actually be able to come out, see the skies, enjoy it for many years to come. Part of that ends up being into a career field that is not just piloting. We do understand that everybody wants to grow up and be a fighter captain or a commercial captain or just do it for recreation, but there's also out there, of course, the dispatchers. Let's go for the Part 91 dispatchers, Part 121, you name it, we're out here. A&P mechanics. We also have, of course, many different job classifications. But today we're actually going to be talking in part with Daher, and we actually are going to let our host here read the card for me and then introduce our next guest up here talking.
Yeah, we've got Jeffrey Lenorovitz. Good. All right. And Parrish Nichols. That one was easier. All right. Well, from Daher. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
So, so what are we talking about today?
Well, Daher is a French family-owned company. It's been in business for 160 years. Many people at Sun and Fun know us from the TBM and Kodiak airplanes that Daher builds. That's one of our 4 business units. There are others in manufacturing, aerostructures, and services. And Daher being a French company, has now an increasingly large U.S. footprint. The main plant is the Stuart, Florida Aerostructures facility, not far from here, with 460 people. We build aerostructures for Boeing 767, the KC-46 tanker, for Gulfstream as well. And so as a longtime participant at Sun and Fun from the aircraft side, since 1979 was when we were first here, this year we're sponsoring the Future in Flight Plaza, which is not far from the radio studio here, that has one of its features, the Career Fair, where we have a large booth. And your point on employment is really important because we offer jobs in the services, manufacturing, and logistics side in addition to pilots. At the moment, we don't hire pilots, but we want to underscore there's a lot of career opportunities as well. And I'll take 2 seconds to say, when I was young, I was a pilot, got my license at 16, wanted to be an airline pilot, and it was toward the end of the Vietnam War, and unless you had X-ray vision and had never broken a bone in your body, the airlines didn't even want to talk to you.
No civilian was going there.
My father, a very intelligent guy, said, look at other things you might want to do related to aviation. And I was a junior high school newspaper editor. My dad said, try to do that. So I spent 20 years at Aviation Week, traveling the world, covering the industry. And now, as we say, going to the dark side, doing public relations communication. My career, I think, is a great example of what could be alternatives for people who don't particularly want or may not qualify to be a pilot. I've seen a lot of things, covered a lot of wars, all that kind of stuff, and it's great. So for Daher, our goal for being here at the show is to underscore our presence in Florida as a really corporate responsible citizen, to show that there are other job opportunities. Nichols Parrish is a manufacturing engineer at Stuart, and you can talk a little bit about what kind of work you do there.
Sure. So I became a manufacturing engineer for Daher a few years ago, about 3 years ago to be exact. And I have been implementing many great changes to our processes, procedures, tool instructions, tool designs. But as of lately, I have been working in the training department, implementing some new, innovative, and fun ways to teach our youth mechanics and inspection and all of the other great career paths that come with aviation.
We had a guest on the other day that actually confirmed that not every youth is going to go to college for that degree and implement that degree later in life. The true hands-on needs, vocational style, is also out there. So, some of this development is the understanding that I may have an interest in aviation, engineering, manufacturing, college would be great, but I'm going to continue with the vocational side. So programs like this sound like that's actually, along those lines as well.
Correct. And with the support, particularly here in Florida, we're receiving our Stewart plant right adjacent to it. The Martin County and the Indian River College are developing a vocational school that will take entry-level candidates, train them, if it's necessary, English as a second language, train them how to drill rivets, what sheet metal work is, what that kind of structures are, and will allow them to come in, if they wish, into Daher at our production, because that kind of work, you need a qualification. When Boeing takes delivery of a wing center section, they want to make sure that the folks who built it are at a certain level, so that the support we get from the region and the state is really important, and we're seeing this taking shape right now with this new entry-level vocational school that is literally outside the gate of our facility in Stuart, Florida.
It also almost becomes a job placement, maybe with your company as well into the future.
Exactly.
Okay.
And what we're doing here at the show on our exhibit stand in the career fair, we have some cool aviation-style aluminum models that we're allowing the young attendees to actually drop a couple rivets in it. We show them how to rivet something. And it's the wing center section, just like we build in small form, but for Boeing. And just to show the environment, we give them a pair of safety glasses and gloves to say that when you are on the production floor or in this environment, you want to be having the PPE, personal protection equipment. And so we give them a little bit of the environment right here at Sun and Fun.
Absolutely. Parrish, what is your background in aviation? What brought you into this, part of it?
So originally, I had no interest in aviation, and then my mom, who had worked at the Daher Stewart site for about 7 years, who was a mechanic, said, you should try coming over here to this side of things and see how you like it. And I became a mechanic, and I ended up really, really loving the career field. I became really interested in airplanes and just the whole process of creating them. And within a few short years, I worked my way into a manufacturing engineering role. And it has been a really, really, really fun career path for me.
And a great company.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
And the company itself, Jeffrey, coming from corporate, it's, I don't want to say unique, but it's not common to have a corporation that is building a product, and of course, like yours, the TBM, the Kodiak, et cetera, but also have the corporate involvement between sponsorship and wanting to educate. You're combining both sides of it into a future for, both aviators, young aviators, old. I'm sure there's no age restriction, trying to get involved, of course.
Correct.
But you're incorporating it on both sides.
And that's an important point because Daher is a family-owned company, kind of unique these days for a company of that size. And having been in the industry a long time with some gray hair, I see the difference when a family runs a company. Daher has a 5-year plan, a realistic 5-year plan. Things are not driven for the next quarter and results that they need to show in the stock market. And it provides a stability for planning, hiring, employment, and just the overall flow of things so that there is a different feel. And the family side, there's one family that I've met going down to Stuart that there's 4 generations of the family that have been working at the Stuart production facility before it was Triumph, before Grumman and Vought, and it just shows the kind of lineage, and the people I talk to are very proud and pleased that they're part of this family organization now because you do feel the difference.
What I think is great about what you've talked about is, when I think of Daher, I think of, like you said, the TBM and the Kodiak, right? And we're pilots, that's what we think about. But we're also interested in inspiring other people into various career fields, not necessarily pilots. And I would have never thought of manufacturing work for Daher that's not those 2 airplanes.
Yeah.
So you've opened my eyes to some, and certainly some others. That hey, there's other opportunities out there, definitely, and for all kinds of interests, whatever someone might be interested in. You said you're at the career fair. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we're giving out the posters. Our
Perfect.
theme is "Make Your Career Take Off" with
Look at
Daher.
that. Look at that.
We've got that QR code right on the back.
Oh, very nice.
And it shows us 6 locations here in the U.S., which is manufacturing services to fix things on the production line, aircraft building at Sandpoint, Idaho, and also logistics. We provide logistics for Airbus on the final assembly line, A220, A320 in Mobile. So it's not just It's in addition to metal bending and building. There's other people who are interested in logistics, in building aircraft for the Kodiak. And we're in the process of renewing the lease at Stewart, again, part of this long-term commitment for 30 years. And we've announced that we will plan to build a final assembly line at Stewart, Florida, for either the Kodiak, TBM, or the two of them. So kind of an exciting future for this plant, and really follows what a family-run company does to say, okay, we're here for the long term.
Seems like definitely a lot of growth going on, and a lot of good opportunities hopefully coming that way.
And absolutely, and a testament to somebody who would even consider coming to, find a career path with you, because I've been the difference between a family operator or a private company as opposed to a public company, and the decision-making process is like it's night and day.
It's a big difference.
It is a big difference, and it's comforting to be able to work for somebody who has a vision and wants to go forward and is helping you see that vision and pushing you along. So, and I really like the little airplane. I think that's really cool. You can hold it up again. They can see it with the camera. So it's like those. Letting the kid come in and run a rivet gun and then walk away with his own plane that he got to rivet it together. Really cool idea. Yeah.
And it's good for kids of all ages. So we'll leave
Absolutely.
a few of you.
Well, that's why I'm over here twitching like. Well, I want to come make one. Huh?
Come on down.
Come on down. Exactly.
I'm going to come see you guys and come make a plane.
Tom made a good point. I'm going to do a little plug here. The video course is provided this year by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, so we appreciate the sponsorship for our video. But we are live on YouTube, this year, so we're celebrating, our 30th year here at Sun and Fun Radio, the 50th year for Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. But Jeffrey, if you don't mind, could you hold up your poster one more time? Just kind of hold that out, because we also want to see that on video. We've got the camera course behind us, and make your career take off with Die Hard.
And of course, the picture is of a Kodiak taking off in its environment, a backfield runway. And on the backside, we have the 6 locations, which are Pompano Beach, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Stewart, of course, Sandpoint, Idaho for the Kodiak, and Mobile, Alabama for the logistics that we provide for Airbus for the A220, A320 final assembly lines.
So once again, locations that I would have never associated.
No,
with
that's
right.
what I was about to lead off
great,
of was, I mean, your footprint into the the U.S. is expanding, and it's here.
Yeah.
So I mean, forgive me. I mean, this is a French company. So the implementation of this is just a foreign country is not, necessarily true. That, this is, also affecting the career paths, the education side, and what you're bringing to Sun and Fun. And is Sun and Fun kind of your home air show? I mean, or are there other air shows that you participate with as well?
Yeah, there are other air shows. The bigger one.
The bigger one up north, yeah.
But again, coming here since 1979, a lot of our aircraft have been shown here. We unveiled the Kodiak 900, so it was the real coming out for the latest version of the Kodiak. So it really is an important. This year, we have a record number of owners and operators who've flown in to see us. They've come by the exhibit stand for the aircraft division. So we are really proud to be supporters and, again, this year's sponsors of Sun and Fun.
Excellent. We're coming up on the last minute before we get a break here.
Yeah, so tell us real quick again, where's your booth located, and how can people find you online? And,
so we'd love to see everybody
career opportunities.
In the it's the Future in Flight Plaza, sponsored by Daher, and it's the Career Fair tent. And as you walk into the Career Fair, right in front of you is this big sign, backlit, difficult to miss us. And again, we've still have a lot of the models to build. We have our people who get the hands-on experience, and we'll show how these things come together. And we would love to talk to candidates of all types on our exhibit stand.
Excellent. Awesome. Jeffrey Parrish, we thank you for being up here live. Chats from the Deck 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We're enjoying this beautiful Friday. We still got 2 more days of this beautiful weather. We've got Thunderbirds performing on the air show today, tomorrow, and Sunday, so stay tuned, come out, and enjoy it live.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. PlaneTags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, PlaneTags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at PlaneTags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. As I'm talking and trying to look at Green Bay Austin's little area down off the steps of the radio station, GRB, they're actually giving away a chance for, I believe, an entire family to go up to that little larger air show up north. That would be Oshkosh, Wisconsin, but, maybe our big brother. But right now, you're listening to Sun and Fun with the air show that's going to be taking place today starting at 1 o'clock. We're in Lakeland, Florida, right in between Tampa and Orlando. You can't miss it on the map. We are the busiest airport in North America right now here at Lakeland Linder International Airport. One quick spotlight is the Future in Flight Plaza. The Future in Flight Plaza is the Sun and Fun headquarters for aspiring aviators of all ages. Located just steps inside the main entrance gate, the Future in Flight Plaza features Junior Aces, the Career Fair, Flight Schools, Innovation Showcase, Flight Sim Experience, International Oasis, and the Family Oasis. Part of what Sun and Fun is bringing is the funds to continue this educational side throughout the year with the Aerospace Center for Excellence. And we can't do that without the youth interest, without our interest in making sure that the next generation of youth is, staying a part of this great, great field we're in. Bringing it up with that is OX5, Miss Nicole Azaro.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, Nicole. Nicole, kind of tell me about OX5 and some. I'm kind of leading that with the youth programs. I know that's kind of jumping the gun as far as your speech, but tell us about it.
So the OX5 Aviation Pioneers started in 1955. It was a big focus on pilots who flew OX5 planes that had the engine in it in 1915 to 1919. So as they were created, they found that there was a desire for pilots and maintenance mechanics of the OX5 engine back in 1955 in Pennsylvania, and they wanted to collaborate and get a clubhouse together. So a group of men all got together. They found that it was bigger than they were expecting it to be. We started doing a national group, if you will, the OX5 Aviation Pioneers, and in 1970, we have the clubhouse row right here. We were actually the first clubhouse built here on Lakeland Linder Airport. Many people don't know that. So we are pioneers of the pioneers.
Excellent.
But so how I kind of got involved, I'm the secretary and the treasurer. My husband, Joseph, is the president. We have, his grandparents were some of the founding pioneers who helped build that the clubhouse. So once they started flying west, as some of our original pioneers, we wanted to make sure that we kept the enthusiasm and the contributions that we have with Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence. We help out with scholarships. We help with summer camps, getting kids into the summer camps, trying to find their love of aviation and that passion for aviation for those future kids to join our clubhouse, to join flying and maintenance mechanicking. So, that's kind of what we do. We just make sure that we're continuing to bring the enthusiasm every week every day of Sun and Fun, we are cooking for people.
Mm-hmm.
We are a hospitality. My husband's grandmother always said it was all about Southern hospitality here in Lakeland. So we make sure that we cook for people. They come in, it's a donation. Those donations go towards scholarships for the children to ensure that we're, bringing in the new people coming in going forward.
Absolutely.
Our future.
Absolutely. Now let's do a little, kind of a sales pitch here. So there's plenty of food vendors out here.
Of course.
But what brings the little specialty to your home cooking?
Everything's homemade. So, for example, on Tuesday we had red beans and rice. So we have some of our members come in from Tennessee, from Memphis, from different places throughout the country. They're home cooking everything. My husband is Sicilian, so yesterday we had Italian sausage, where it's not just something we buy. We buy the pork butt, we grind the pork butt, we use a family recipe that's 100 years old. So we're really putting love into what we do every single day for the people that come and want to just enjoy time with us, maybe even join and become members. It's all about that. It's about membership, getting people to understand what the OX5 was even for that, few years of the Curtiss engine, talking about any stories that we may have that have been passed down through those pioneers and generation after generation. Many people know the name Billy Henderson.
Absolutely.
He was one of our pioneers. We have Dean Tilton. He was a local contractor who built many of the homes that were here in the 1970s and the 80s. He was also one of our pioneers. You also have one of the women wing walkers, Jessie Woods. She would pick up a hammer and nails, and she put our clubhouse together with all of these wonderful pioneers. So when you look at historical value, we are one of those people and groups that really bring that pioneer knowledge. They started Sun and Fun. She was here. Jessie Woods was actually here on the very first Sun and Fun aviation event. So when we look at that, it's such a great historic detail that most people don't even know.
It goes back to 1974 of the idea with Billy, and I'm sure members of your group and all that.
Yep.
Just talking around a campfire or whatever it was, and just let's have an air show.
Yep.
And the following year, 1975, actually getting the air show kind of organized and put together, and then look what it's become now.
Absolutely.
And we get it back to not just being an air show, but we also have to be a gathering of the aviation family from every industry, from all careers. From just passions. Maybe we're not flying. Maybe we're not pilots. We're dispatchers for a Part 91 or something.
Yep.
But we're all here to help educate and bring that value to another generation.
Absolutely.
And you're talking about scholarship opportunities with OX5, providing that for summer camp opportunities. Sun and Fun Aerospace Center for Excellence has its own summer camp program.
Yep, and that's who we partner with. Absolutely.
Excellent. And I don't have the pamphlet in front of me on the different summer camps, but in years past it was just a general summer camp by different ages. But I believe now they've got it specialized for one camp just for engineering, one camp for young ladies.
Yep.
One camp for just aerospace, just for piloting, skills. So it's become that factor where we're not just trying to throw a bunch of kids together and say, hey, do you like this or not?
Yeah.
But focusing and then just the detail that's being provided.
Yeah, hone in on their specialty,
exactly.
Their specialty of
Yep.
what they're really interested in.
And the OX5 being here from the start actually, has an understanding of what it was and what it's translating into as the years are to come.
Absolutely.
And of course, I'm sure the electronics and the technology that all the kids are, face down in the phone.
Yep.
It's bringing them out of that shell for the summer, and right now during the air show as well. And
yeah.
Instead of looking down, they're looking up. At the
always.
Yep.
Well, and I'll tell you just a quick history of my family. My daughter was a graduate from CFAA.
Excellent.
And so right now she's in the Air Force.
And let me pause on that one. So CFAA, just for our listening, crowd, what is CFAA? Central Florida Aerospace Academy.
Correct.
Is a public high school that has been out here for, I believe, almost 15 or longer years, going from a small little, building into what is now the 3-story public high school. But a max, I think, of 400, 500 students, but there are about 350 students right now and always expanding.
Yes.
This is a high school that's working with the tracks of engineering, avionics, ROTC, drone, of course, private pilot aerospace. I might be missing one here, as I'm looking at my thumb. But CFAA is it's a model that other aviation high schools have been, taking the idea and expanding with.
And it's a brilliant stepping stone because my daughter doing what she did with CFAA wouldn't have those opportunities that she didn't have without Sun and Fun, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, and the high school in general. So for her, right now, she is an air maintenance mechanic on F-16s and F-35s. She's pilot route soon. So she actually received the James Ray Scholarship in 2017, 2018. So I can tell you our family has personally felt all of the benefits of what this family really is all about. So not just part of the OX5, but Sun and Fun. They're investing in our future children and all the future pilots and mechanics and anything that has to deal with aerospace.
Okay, tell me about OX5 and membership.
So OX5, we are a national chapter. In order to join the OX5, it's honestly cheaper than getting 3 Starbucks. It's $30 a year. It's not per person, it's per family. And then our local dues are just $10 a year. So if people can come by our OX5 building, we're just 2 clubhouses away from the radio station. Come join us, come have lunch. Let's have camaraderie, and then let's see what we can do about getting your children, your grandchildren into the summer camps and getting them invested into aviation.
Excellent. Nicole, we're coming up on the last kind of 30 seconds, but like you said, come sit down, share a story. You never know who you're sitting next to.
Absolutely.
It could have been, former captain, family related in some way, but help the next generation be educated.
Yep.
Thank you for being here, and your family from kind of the start, doing the air show. OX5 providing just so many good opportunities to meet, mingle, scholarships, teaching the next generation, providing funding for the Sun and Fun Air Show and the Aerospace Center for Excellence. Nicole, thanks for being up here on the 2024 Chats from the Deck Live. We're about to go to break, but stay tuned. There is more to come. Gentlemen, take it away.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio. on WPEP 788 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Phillips 66 is proud to present the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center located at the island. Whether you're looking to chart your course or stay updated with self-serve weather services, we've got you covered. The Pilot Welcome Center operates daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Feel free to drop by and discover the exciting products and services offered by our sponsor, Phillips 66. Make sure to turn in your Sun and Fun Pilot registration card to be part of the Pratt & Whitney Fly in Style program and have a chance to win fantastic prizes drawn from the submissions.
Since 1939, AOPA has protected the freedom to fly as the world's largest community of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts, with representatives based in Frederick, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and 7 regions across the United States. The association provides member services, including advocacy at the federal, state, and local levels, legal services, flight training and safety programs, and award-winning media. AOPA specializes in making aviation more accessible to everyone.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We've been talking for the past couple of days to many different vendors, sponsors, exhibitors. Part of that has, of course, been some attire, some T-shirts, and some other things we can wear. But up next with us is actually something that I personally enjoy collecting, are watches. So up here right now is Mr. Scott Kaufman with Ball Watch. Scott, good morning.
Good morning. How are
morning,
you?
I'm
Scott.
doing very well. My name is Jack Mason. I'm in no relation to the watch manufacturer Jack Mason, even though I found it online one day and thought, okay, well, it would give me a chance to kind of remember my name. So if I ever forget it, I can look at my watch and, look at the Jack Mason watch. But, of course, that's a brand that's nothing to do with aviation at all.
Nothing to do.
But Ball Watch seems to have a heavy interest in aviation. So kind of tell us about, an interest here being, here at Sun 'n Fun, of course. So tell us about that.
Well, it's interesting because, Jack, everybody comes to these shows and they expect that Ball Watch specifically is making watches for the aviation industry and community, when in fact we're a 133-year-old fine timepiece company.
Older than aviation itself.
Yes, and in fact we got started making watches for the railroad industry.
Okay.
So we're pioneers in transportation. Back in the 1890s, we had 57 time zones in the United States. Webb C. Ball, the founder of the company, the namesake of the brand, was a very instrumental person in the history of watchmaking in the industry and certainly in the American watch industry, and it was very instrumental in helping regulate the railroad industry and got in front of Congress and helped us to regulate to the time zones we have today. So, you mentioned another brand earlier. That's what I would consider, I think, a fashion brand, which has a certain place in the marketplace. Ball Watch got started because trains were literally crashing, people were dying, and Webb C. Ball happened to be a local source of information in the area. This took place in Kimpton, Ohio in 1891.
Wow.
Two trains were heading, and back in 1891 they didn't have any way to know the timing, and a conductor on one train, his watch had stopped for 4 minutes. When it started up again, he thought he was still on time. Webb C. Ball was called to the scene to find out what was going on, and he found out that back in 1891 everyone's watches were being made to no standard specifications. He set out about figuring out a way to standardize, and that's one of our logans, is we're the official standard since 1891. So when you come to Ball Watch, you're going to see timepieces that have been made in such a way that were very important in keeping safety. Fast forward, the company started making pocket watches.
Okay.
And in today's market, obviously, just before I came over to do this with you, a gentleman came over to my booth that his to show me the Ball pocket watch that his great-grandfather had, that he still has.
Wow.
He now lives down here.
Very
And
cool.
when people find out we're a homegrown brand from Cleveland, Ohio, people really seem to find a love affair with the brand. People come to our booth not knowing anything about the brand, or they come to the booth knowing all about the brand. We've done the last 15 years, we've been up at the EAA Air Show, and that's where we found such a community of air enthusiasts. One of the main reasons that people love our watches in your industry is that I've put tritium into the dials of our watches. So now if you're a pilot, you're going to see my watch in low visibility. And really no other timepiece in the industry can match my visibility. And that's something that gets people to take whatever watch they're wearing off at my booth, and they put on a Ball watch and they put their other watch back into my box and walk out wearing my watch, because all your pilots really value what we're doing.
You're talking about the accuracy of the Mr. Ball, actually wanting to implement something into a watch from the beginning. And I'm sure that standard has followed through for, all these different generations and the years. And you're talking about, people coming and showing something of a family heirloom.
Absolutely.
So this is not just, like you said earlier, a fashion watch. This
Not
is
at all.
built to last for comfort, I'm sure for quality, for you name it. Your company's gone through the investment to produce a high quality watch.
Yes, so in the 133 years, our brand, we're accuracy under adverse conditions. That's our tagline. But so the interesting sideline is if you're wearing a fine watch, the hallmark of the most accurate watch would be to have a certified chronometer. And then the watch would carry with it a little certificate that says COSC, which is the Control Official Swiss Chronometer. This was an organization that was started in 1973 in Switzerland with the sole purpose of regulating movements. every watchmaker in Switzerland has the ability to send their movements out to be tested by this independent laboratory before they case the movements into their watches.
Okay.
Rolex, for argument's sake, takes the decision to make all of their movements certified. And that's why they're the number one brand for making certified movements. We, as a price value relationship, have the decision that we're going to send certain amounts of our watches, and to be a COSC certified watch, you have to be within 4 to 6 seconds a day in accuracy, and the movement has to be measured now in 6 different positions. When the COSC was founded in 1973, great idea, but the next step was, well, to whose standards? They came back to Websey Ball standards from 1891. So therefore, he's a very instrumental person in the whole history of fine watchmaking.
Following the standards, setting the standards for others to, be maybe a little jealous of, but hey, this is, it's working. We're going to, ensure that ours are as good of quality and, on time as, Mr. Ball's.
And to that point, we're probably, I think I'm the only American-owned Swiss watch company. All our watches are produced in Switzerland. That's where our factory is. Offer a 5-year warranty. We only manufacture timepieces in a mechanical or automatic fashion, so we don't make quartz watches. And they're durable. It's really an intersection of design and engineering. In the watch community right now, the big international fair is taking place in Geneva this week. I had to make the decision, do I come to Lakeland, Florida, or do I go to Geneva, Switzerland?
Well, we appreciate you being here, for sure.
I chose to come here because it's very important for me to see my end consumers, as opposed to being amongst people in my industry who just want to talk about making more watches. I want to see the people actually buy and wear my watches. And over the years, and already here since we've been here since Wednesday, I've met at least a dozen of my customers from Oshkosh who have bought my watches, and they come over and they want to show me their watches. They want to see what's new. So that's really gratifying when you see consumers wearing your product and responding so well to your product. Last night at the Sun and Fun 50th Annual Museum Bash,
yes, sir,
we had donated a watch which was very well received and bid at higher than retail, so that was wonderful. So there's always a little tie-in though with our product and the aviation, the military background. We make a lot of watches that tie into the Navy, that tie into the Air Force, that tie into the Army. We've got the watch we donated last night was the Doolittle Raider. That was celebrating the 80th anniversary of the Doolittle raid, so we have 3 different versions. People love the military tie-in.
We're coming up on just the last 2 minutes. I'm not cutting you short, but just kind of a quick FYI there. But we're talking about the consumer. Now, we have a men's line and a ladies line, my lack of knowledge, but are there both? Okay.
Absolutely. We certainly are probably skewed 90% toward gentlemen, but we certainly have lots of watches for women. We used to call it glow envy because my watches were so bright that the husband and wife would be flying together or at a movie together, and the wife would look over and see her husband's watch so visible. She's like, well, what do you got for me? So the trend in the industry has been a little to downsize, so now we have a lot of 36 millimeter models and case sizes, which is appropriate for women, and some guys like to wear smaller watches as well. So
Tuesday was opening day for Sun and Fun 2024. Of course, you said you've been at the booth, all week long almost. So which hangar is that booth located in?
So
which booth number?
I'm here with one of my local retailers. We're in Hangar D, booth 69. Tuesday was a great day for us. Sold, I think, 9 watches the first day.
Wow.
And my retail price points are $1,200 to $5,000. And it's remarkable when people come up to you and they've never seen your product, and it speaks to them, and they want to buy one, so it's wonderful.
If I am a consumer, and of course I'm not going to be able to come out to Sun and Fun to the air show, but and I want to find a local retailer that I can actually see your products, how do I do that?
Come to my website, ballwatch.com. I have a dealer located. I have about 67 retailers throughout the United States. We're sold in 17 countries, so we're just growing and growing each year.
You got it. And then as far as we're about 30 seconds away, warranty programs are available with them as well?
Our watches come with a 5-year warranty, one of the longest in the Swiss industry. Because again, we're making very durable timepieces, and the watch is supposed to do one thing: it's supposed to tell time
accurately and correctly,
and it's supposed to also look great.
It is. So you get the best of both worlds.
Exactly.
Scott Kaufman, Ball Watch. We appreciate you being up here this morning.
Thank you
so much. I don't know about this day, but we're enjoying this entire week.
We are. And I mean, the breeze this morning is awesome, and it's like, we appreciate companies like you that come out and inform us on what you got, and I hope you do well this week, and we appreciate your time today, sir.
Thanks for letting me come and talk.
Thank you. We're going to go to break.
Bye-bye.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the Golden Age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Have you been to Paradise City recently? Light Plains is an area that's also known as Paradise City. This aircraft operations area has static displays, 60-plus exhibits, and the Sunset Aerial Circus. You can attend educational forums on a variety of light plane topics. The lineup is available in the Sun and Fun daily schedule. All of this and more can be enjoyed within view of the 1,400-foot grass runway, where aircraft operations are conducted almost all day and only stopping during the main air show.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Get ready for the thrill of STOL, short takeoff and landings. The fastest growing sport in general aviation is making a comeback at the Grass Strip in Paradise City. Don't miss the STOL Invitational, part of the Sunset Aerial Circus, showcasing breathtaking skills on April 9th, 11th, and 12th at 7 p.m. Visit flysnf.org for all the details. Proudly sponsored by Junkers Aircraft and supported by our valued sponsors. Join us for an unforgettable experience in the sky.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you through the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live. This is Tom Frick. This is being brought to you by Green Bay's Austin Straubel International Airport, of course. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. And again, this is Tom Frick on the deck this morning with Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Tom. What a beautiful day. That weather yesterday kind of washed out the atmosphere for us. And
for just a couple hours, it wasn't bad.
It was beautiful, beautiful today.
Yeah, and it is gorgeous. So who do we have on the deck with us this morning?
Well, we have Mr. Wayne Odegaard from AvLab. Very, very interesting technology, what they do, and checking out your oil and the health of the engine. And I strongly believe that fresh, healthy oil, that's blood in the veins of the engine. Has to be fresh, has to be changed on a regular basis, not just hour-wise, but a clock. You know, the clock's ticking on that oil as well. So you guys, you analyze the oil and tell us what's in the oil. And introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about some filtration technology.
Okay, well, you did a good job with my name. I'm Wayne Odegaard. I'm General Manager of Aviation Laboratories. And like you said, we do oil analysis. And one of the reasons why we come to good shows like this is to explain to people not just oil analysis, because a lot of people understand and use oil analysis, but we like to also tell people about oil filter analysis. You know, most people cut open their filter and they look at it, but they don't really realize the difference between the oil and the oil filter analysis and the kind of data and the kind of information you can get out of the filter as well. So out here at the show, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to sort of spread the gospel of not just oil analysis, but filter analysis as well.
So that's kind of a new concept for me, the filtration analysis. I know every oil change, I've got the cutter, I cut the filter open. You put the internal portions of the filter in a press, a shop vise, and you squeeze all of the oil out of it. You invert this accordion-looking paper device, and you spread it out, and we're looking, I don't see anything. I'm good to go. Well, tell me what more I need to do there than...
Well, no, it's a great start, right? But most people don't realize that oil analysis, the technique that commercial labs use for measuring wear metals in oil is mass spectroscopy. Mass spectroscopy really only sees particles that are less than 10 microns in size. So without getting too deep into the weeds, the 10 microns in size, if you can see it, oil analysis probably won't see it. So all of the other data has to be done by another means, filter analysis. And you've described the way a lot of people do it in the hangar, or they'll just pull the pleating apart and look for shiny bits or magnetic bits, this kind of thing. But even if you find that, what do you do then, right? Here's a shiny bit. Do I tape it into the logbook? I mean, what do I do with it, right?
And what is it?
Yeah, what is it? So we do it a little bit different than that. We open the filter like you would in a hangar. We put it in, we rinse it really well in a virgin solvent that we use. And we do that actually twice. We get as much dirt and debris off of it as we can. And then we filter that virgin solvent with all this filter debris inside it through a 0.45 micron filter pad. Once we've captured as much debris as we can get out of the filter, we put it in an oven to dry it, and it flashes off all of the solvent. Now we're left looking at clean, dry filter debris. We weigh it first, so we get an idea of how much stuff we took out of your filter, and then we do what you might do in the hangar, only we're doing it with clean, dry debris. We look at it, we kind of fish around in it, we look for the shiny bits, we look for the magnetic bits. Then we take a step farther, though. If we see anything that we think is a problem, we'll put it in an electron microscope. So now with the electron microscope, not only are we looking at elemental analysis, which is what we see with oil analysis, but we're also looking at the alloy composition of the bits that you found in the filter, right? So we can tell you, we can give that chip a AMS number so we know what the metallurgy is. We can use metal maps to tell you where in the engine that metallurgy is used, and that gives you a much better idea of where the problem might be coming from in your engine. And it's an important part because we describe the size, the shape, the metal composition of the chip that we found. So if you really do have a problem with your engine and you need to call your engine service rep, the questions he'll ask you is, what was the shape of it? What was the size of it? What was the metallurgy of it? All of that is in your report now so that you can answer those things confidently and intelligently.
So he's looking, or this analysis, you can probably tell us closely if it's a lifter face or a valve or some bearing material, the sacrificial material.
A ring or something.
Right.
Exactly right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And now you have good information that you can use, that your engine service rep can use to really diagnose and fix a problem before it becomes
troubleshoot, before
becomes huge.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's the point, isn't it?
That's the point. yeah.
So,
So if you can see it, you've got to find it in the filter. You can't find it in the oil.
So my question was going to be like, he described how to take a filter apart and cut it apart and squeeze it down. How do you prefer to have that filter delivered to you?
Intact.
Intact. So
Just
you want it like right off the plane and just throw it in a bag and send it to you?
The kit that we sell for this has got a big canister in it. You just throw
Oh, okay.
that dirty filter in there, let us do all the dirty work, and we'll clean it up and give you the good data for
Well,
it.
I will
Perfect.
I will say when you cut a filter, it's not a clean process.
Oh, it's nasty.
It's you get the paint, you get flakes from the filter, and you're thinking, okay, did this come off the filter?
Right.
Did I do that? Or
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a valid point.
So oil is one type of analysis. Is that all the analyses you do? I mean, or what else could we look at on a plane that might give us good information that we might be starting to have a problem?
So our company, Aviation Laboratories, just does aviation, but we do aviation fluids.
Okay.
So oil filter, hydraulic fluid filter, and fuel filters. That's really what we do.
Nice.
And that's it. That's all we do.
And components, like kind of breaking into the actual analysis itself. You can tell us pH level of the oil. You can tell us fuel content of the oil. So if we know and you had mentioned blow-by. Blow-by is a big problem from a ring and getting those complex hydrocarbons and raw fuel, partially combusted fuel down into that oil. So, like you said, that you can see a problem coming, and that's the whole point of this, is we see this problem before it actually becomes a problem.
We kind of consider it cheap insurance, right? Every time you change your oil, send us a kit. We tell people every third or fourth oil change, send your filter to us, because you're doing a good job in the hangar. You're just not going to see everything out in the hangar the way you do it. So send it to us about every third or fourth oil change. We'll give you the really complete data that you need to keep up with your engine.
Right.
Sure, and I would imagine that you would do it every third oil change or any significant change in the engine.
Yeah, that's the other
You change
point.
the cylinder, and now you're on your first cycle. Probably a good time to look at it. Maybe second cycle or something.
Great point, yeah.
So what are some of the things that I would find out of a fuel analysis? I mean, what are we looking for there? So, like, is things in my tank, or is my fuel filters picking up things? What am I looking for there?
That's exactly what you've just described. That's what we look at. Most people send us fuel not out of the airplane tank, but out of their fuel farm tank. So we're looking at, all of the standard criterion for fuel to make sure that it's in spec. Those are the kind of tests that we do. We get a lot of it from fuel farms. We get a lot of it from accidents that have, they want to test the fuel and see if that was part of the problem when the plane went down.
Right. So, and like, even a plane that's flying, I mean, I've flown some older aircraft that every now and then you might end up with a little water in the fuel, or you might end up with a couple little pivots that are down in the bottom of your GATS jar, and you start wondering what that is. You know? So you could probably identify those things for us.
Well, there's also been some specialty kind of things where we look at fuel from turbine engines. And one of the interesting things about testing fuel is that we see all kinds of weird things. For example, we'll find DEF fluid, which is real common for diesel fuel, and it's used out at the airport, and they'll mix it with fuel additive, and so it clogs the filter, it starts to crystallize, so all kinds of weird things like that.
Well, Wayne, I hate to cut you off, and this is like really fascinating stuff. I really appreciate it. Where can they find you here on the field?
We're in Hangar A Booth 9.
Hangar A, Booth 9. Go on over and grill these guys. Ask them some questions because I'm sure they can help you out. What can they find you on the web?
www.avlab.com.
Awesome. Well, Wayne, we really appreciate your time today. And like I said, this is all really great stuff. So let's see. They gave me a minute. I think I'm coming right up on time. So we appreciate it and enjoy the beautiful day here at Sun and Fun. And we are going to take a break, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Thank you, guys.
You are listening to the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We are coming to you live from Chats from the Deck, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Thank you, Austin Grobel, for providing this live video feed we have out here this year. We could not be on Facebook and Smile and Cheese without you. So I'm up here right now with Tom Frick, and then Tom, we're actually just kind of doing a hot swap out here in the background with kind of we're all kids at heart. We all have the opportunity to be collecting race cars, matchbooks, anything like that over the years. So we're all collecting something over the years. So actually Tom's going to, join us and step away. And then Randy Bibbs up here. And Tom's actually going to his other job for the rest of the day. So thank you for being up here. Randy, I was just kind of babbling there that as a kid, I would love to collect matchbook cars. I always had that, that extra one I wanted to go get. We're all just, kids at heart, but a very, exciting collectible item up here. As we're listening in our background as well as plane tags. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Chats from the Deck Live. This is the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo presented by the Lakeland Linder International Airport, of course, providing this wonderful airspace we've got. Very, very busy airspace as we get closer to the weekend, and a live air show coming on at 1 o'clock today. We can't wait. Also, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Saturday night, if you're out here, we do have the live nighttime air show starting around 7 p.m. If you missed it the other night, if you live locally and you weren't out here, you definitely heard and felt it. But the fireworks display that happened after the night show was one for the books. Randy, you were here. You saw it.
Oh, absolutely incredible. I've watched countless rock concerts and outdoor events, and I promise you, this show, coupled with the lasers and the drones, second to none. Absolutely incredible show. So I'd recommend anyone listening. Bring some folks out for the weekend, Saturday night show. We have a night air show that's fantastic, and then coupled with sunset, the big T6 is making a lot of noise, and then once it gets dark, fantastic.
Oh, well, we've got the jets. We've got, as I'm reaching for the mouse here, we've got the jets. We've got Manfred Radius. We've got, who else? Lee Lauterbach in the P-51. I mean, you name it, you're going to be out here and enjoy it. Plus, it's the nighttime atmosphere. We had the FAA out here earlier today talking about the weather. Yes, the cooler weather has come. Yesterday's little rain shower was, it was temporary, but it's part of Florida. If you live down here, you see that little front come through, and once it's here, it's gone. We got a little wet, but it rinsed down the dust, debris, and now look at this beautiful sunshine we've got for the rest of the weekend. So on deck with us, Plane Tags, Moto Art, Dave Hall, his son Brandon Hall, two gentlemen that are up here sharing their products. Like I was saying earlier, something that's become a collectible in my collection. I got a little cork board on the wall, and I've started the years past. But gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. Great to be here.
Absolutely. Which side of the business would you like to talk about first?
Well, we have our plane tag booth here, so
Okay.
I think that's a great place to start. Plane tags is something I came out with in 2015. I was working with a P-51 Mustang one time, and I realized I couldn't get rid of the skins. So I had the idea of creating the plane tag. And since then, it's really kind of taken off. No pun intended there, but to date, we've done over 200 different aircraft, from SR-71s, B-17s, P-51s, and of course, commercial aircraft, 747s and Airbuses and, so forth. So every 2 weeks now, we release a brand new plane tag, and we're trying our best to document aviation history. And here I brought up our new Encyclopedia of Aviation History that we just published, where it shows you all the different aircraft that we've already done, and all of our private releases, because now we're working with all the major airlines, including United, Delta, American, Alaska, Air Canada, Air Transit. They're all participating now in these plane tags, and what's great is we're raising money for the family funds for the airlines. To date, we probably raised over $250,000 And what we do is 13% of every tag sale goes back to the airline. So they're thrilled with it. It's kind of been a win-win.
We're streaming some live video here of your plane tags. So if you listeners are able to watch, look at this. It's a little work of art that you can carry in your pocket. But I don't know anyone that has separated it from the packaging, because it looks so cool. And on that packaging, there's a bit of history about the airplane that it came from, and that allows people to go do some research into that particular airplanes. And you mentioned typically you start out with historic airplanes, but you've moved into airliners and
oh yeah, I mean, again, we're doing helicopters, we're doing general aviation. We licensed with Piper last year. We have some Cessna plane tags. We're trying to really make everyone happy, right? Because everyone's got their favorites, and we even did a Titan II missile with Pima Air and Space.
Wow.
So that was a fun one. So, and what's great are the museums are getting involved as well. You can now find plane tags in the Smithsonian. You can find them at Pima Air and Space, Museum of Flight. A lot of these museums are actually finding derelict aircraft for us to document. So they're advocates of it because it's educational. Each tag is laser etched with the schematic, and it has a serial number or tail number. And then on the back side of the card, it'll tell you all about the history of the aircraft and where we found it. And of course, if you go to planetags.com, we'll have video, pictures, and a much more extensive story on each.
How is the investigation? You know, you're trying to get as much information about this aircraft as you can. I mean, is this a different team? Is this on your shoulders? Maybe is this on Brandon's shoulders? But you're trying. I mean, you've got so much detail on these cards. I mean, it just seems, overwhelming that you guys are being able to keep up with, that entire list that you're providing there on that other pamphlets.
Right. Well, we are supported by an excellent team. We have about 25 people at MotoArt that work every day. We basically have a historian on staff who helps us with the schematics and make sure that we're right. I mean, look, we learned a long time ago, if you look at some of our earlier aircraft, there was mistakes there. And we realized, I mean, you got to be correct, especially in this industry. Everyone wants to prove you wrong. Everyone wants to tell you how much they know about aviation history. And so we just learned long ago that we have to be right. And we really work hard towards that. And I always say no one learns more than I do. Starting off, we had MotoArt, which we've been making the furniture and exhibits, and I thought I knew everything about airplanes until I started plane tags. And I realized, wow, there's so much aviation history out there.
MotoArt and, of course, the plane tags. This is not just a child. I know I was joking earlier about matchbook cars, but you have this for any generation.
Correct.
Every passion of aviation is going to want, come up to, get one of these, want one of these. If I have been in an aircraft and I would like to request, is there a wish list maybe that could be, signed up for, or hey, if you ever get a hold of this aircraft, let me know.
Right. Well, we do have a sign-up list if you go to planetags.com and sign up. I mean, it's really, and a lot of times you won't even see these plane tags out here. They sell so quick. We have, probably 50,000 people on our mailing list.
Wow.
We call them tagnetics, where they're collecting them. They have them as wallpaper. We make binders now for the people to collect them. And again, like you said, no one's even taken them off the card, because the card is really kind of like a cover of a book, right? It's got to tell the story. Other than that, it's just a piece of a metal, So we do our best to make them and as best as we can to try to tell the story of the aircraft.
Kind of give me a brief description. I mean, of course, we're aviation enthusiasts here, but for our non-aviation enthusiast listeners, what exactly is a skin off the aircraft?
The skin is the fuselage skins, basically. So what we do, if it's like a commercial airline, we'll go out and literally just cut the sections out of the fuselage spars. If it's a World War II aircraft, chances are it's being restored. And so what we'll do, we'll work with the people doing the restoration. A perfect example is the Mid-Atlantic Museum. They're restoring the Sikorsky S-60, the flying crane. That was Igor Sikorsky's last project. And they were tickled pink to take some of these skins that they were doing with the restoration and create a plane tag line. So we, of course, gave back to the museum for it, and now they have their own plane tag. I actually got an email from Igor Sikorsky Jr., his grandson, who thanked us for doing the plane tag. So it was pretty spectacular.
That's a very personal pat on the back right there. Right. So, but rest assured, I mean, you're not getting these parts, like, oh, you're destroying an aircraft. No, that's not what you're doing.
Right.
So keeping the heritage alive, because instead of it just going to waste or not being utilized during your restoration process, your progress, you've got it right here,
Right.
for you.
We've been doing a lot of air shows. Last year, Brandon, what did we do? 15
air shows, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
It was, I'm running the circus for him, I guess you could say.
No kidding.
But
Yeah.
it's, doing these air shows, I really got to see the connection that we're making with,
Mhm.
the aviation fans to the museums, to,
Mhm.
it was, we got the tail numbers and CO numbers on all of our tags, like we said, and we really are connecting the pilots, the engineers to these pieces of aviation history. And, as someone that has recently come into work with my father's company, it's definitely, shocking to see that and exciting to see. And I love it. I love it.
So, I mean, it definitely keeps you busy, keeps you on the road, more or less. But, I mean,
Absolutely.
this is one of the products you actually have to see to get the entire, value and idea of what it is.
Right. Sure.
I'm sure looking online at pictures is one thing, but if you have the chance to go to these air shows and see them, firsthand, excellent opportunity.
Absolutely.
So you're talking about 15 shows. Of course, this is the 2024 Sun Fun Aerospace Expo. You have a very nice sized booth. I stopped by the other day. But for those here on site, where are you guys kind of located? Where can they find you?
Well, I just got here this morning. That's a good question, Brandon. Do you know our booth number?
No, I do not.
That's okay.
That's a tough one.
That's okay.
Outside Hangar A.
Yep, outside
Can't
Hangar
miss
A.
this. Big
Yep.
old 20 by 20. It says Moto Art plane tags.
But
on
I do
it.
want to note it's actually a tent, on the outside the hangars. Inside the hangars are the exhibitors and other vendors and stuff. But you guys actually have more air, space outside. And speaking of air, as we hear the jet engine noise in the background, possibly one that you have a plane tag for. We can't see what it is.
If I have time, I wanted to
You
talk
do.
about Charlotte Airport and kind of segue into Moto Art.
Perfect.
Moto Art's been my baby since 2000, 2001. It started in my garage. He was just born, or about to be born. And basically what we were doing was we were taking derelict airframes and making exhibits and furniture. That's what really kind of spawned the plane tag and the idea of the plane tag, because Moto Art, I mean, come on, it's expensive. We're getting 100, 200 hours in, and it's really kind of the demographic is so small, so it's mostly corporations that can afford it. Now what we're doing is we're doing probably less and less Moto Art and really focusing our attention on plane tags because there's so much aviation history out there. However, we are still getting pulled in these big projects, and one of them is Charlotte Airport. And what Charlotte Airport is doing is they're doing a brand new concourse, and they contracted with us to create the main exhibits and the icons that go into it. And one that we just installed this week, in fact, we still have a crew on site, is a T-tail of an MD-82. It's a full-size T-tail that we cut down in Roswell, shipped it to Los Angeles, did the whole thing, made the base for it, had it engineered, and it arrived in Charlotte last Friday, and they've been installing it. So the guys are sending me pictures every hour on the process. The airport, of course, is crazy about it. Also, we did a 777 engine cowling information booth. We have a 747 KLM fuselage information booth and a 747 information booth. So if you at Charlotte new concourse in September, you'll be able to go and see it. It's spectacular.
Randy, I'm a Part 91 dispatcher, so I book these flights for a living. I don't actually get to go to these airports, but Charlotte Douglas, we're confirming. Yep, Charlotte Douglas, and I do know as of 1 or 2 years ago, this was the 11th busiest airport in the U.S.
That's right.
So the foot traffic that's going to be seeing, the Moto Art display product is going to be
Right.
thousands and thousands of people. So
that one made me nervous.
Understood. Understood. Why this thought in the beginning? I mean, just kind of go back in time. We got about a minute and a half here. Just, I mean, like I said, we always have that little idea, that general concept that, I wish somebody had this, or I wish that, I could make this. Was it a kind of a combination of both?
With Moto Art or with plane tags?
With plane tags, sorry. I'm looking down, just admiring and reading each one.
Yeah, plane tags, it was just affordable.
There you go.
It was here we're selling a $25,000 wing desk, and all of a sudden we come out with a $25 plane tag. We had the built-in audience because everyone was following us through Moto Art. So when we released it, it was just like ding, 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 and all of a sudden we realized we created something. We created it so well, I guess we've almost created a whole new industry. I see China, there's somebody doing it now. There's someone in Germany doing it now. People in Ukraine are trying to tag, jets, which we don't want to touch. But it's, I think it's just exciting for everyone to own a piece of aviation history. And like I said, no one learns more than I do. And I think our clients are this big, and they're over 6 feet big.
To any age. Dave and Brandon Hall, we thank you for coming up here. Plane Tags, Motor Art. We are going to go to commercial break here, but gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit phillips66lubricants.com.
Looking for exceptional aviation career opportunities? Well, look no further than Piedmont Airlines, a subsidiary of American Airlines. Piedmont operates over 300 daily flights to major hubs like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Charlotte. They're currently seeking experienced pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians to join their team. You can visit booth A42 for more information, or you can go to their website, Piedmont-Airlines.com, to explore available sign-on bonuses and what they have to offer. Piedmont Airlines, where your career takes flight.
Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the Career Fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you again by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Stay tuned because we hope for another 50 years to come on down. It is time, that time of the day for Women Shine, and Miss Kelly Murphy's up here with us again from Women in Aviation International. She knows the story of While I'm Smiling. I stopped by the booth the other day and spoke with Olivia. Olivia actually was at the very first meeting that my daughter wanted to go to, and from that first meeting led to my daughter's involvement with Women in Aviation, to let me meet a young lady that became a girlfriend, then my fiancée, and now my wife. So it just, it's always a happy story to, get involved and be a part, of any organization and provide, what they can feedback in life, whether it's for personal, values or just the value of learning and teaching on. So, Kelly, I'm going to step away and let you introduce your next guest and take over.
Thanks, Jack.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. We're here at Women Shine, and on the deck with me today, we're really going to focus on our corporate members that are so important to our WAI community. And to my left is Abington Mullen of Abington Watch. She is an entrepreneur, a longtime corporate member of WAI, so we're going to learn a little bit about her company. And also then Tina Santos with Wing, a new corporate member of WAI and a first-time exhibitor here at Sun and Fun. So welcome, ladies. Thanks for being here. So Tina, you were at the WAI conference just a few weeks ago, and you're all about very interesting drone delivery. So let's talk about what Wing does.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kelly, for having me. So Wing is a last-mile drone delivery service, and we have active operations right now across 3 different continents. And we are participating at Sun and Fun this year as our first time to really educate the public around what the technology can do and provide everyone a tangible opportunity to see the technology live. And so we are doing demos today near the Technology Center, Innovation Center, and it's our first time here, and so we're excited to get out into the community, have conversations, and we're already seeing so much excitement, and just really excited to be here today.
Oh, well, great, Tina. Thanks for joining us. And Abington, you're a woman that has been involved in this company that you have brought from founding to great depths of what you do, and it's really all about producing watches for women who do more. So please tell us about that.
Absolutely. I started this company 17 years ago, and that I've been saying that all year so far because we are in our 17th years of business, and I still can't believe that when I was 22 years old and just got my private pilot rating and was looking for a pilot's watch and just didn't find anything, that this is what it would become. I mean, we are our watches are now being sold in Macy's. They're in 5,000 corporate catalogs from some of the big airlines like Delta and American Airlines and Southwest, and then also other corporations like Raytheon and IBM are using, having our watches being gifted to their employees as corporate gifts, which is incredible. And then even the military exchanges and what we've debuted with a new watch that commemorates some of our past veterans. It's been a whirlwind of a journey just as an entrepreneur. It was a very different track that I had envisioned for myself, just wanting to become a professional pilot.
Yeah, those tracks that you talk about and what you think you're going to do, and then what you would be involved in is always very interesting. So Tina, tell us a little bit about how you got involved with Wing.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a talent lead for Wing over the last 3 years, I've been so fortunate to be surrounded by women who are both introverts and extroverts, and have shown me that there is no formula around how to become or have a successful career in aviation. And we are just so excited to, provide opportunities for women across engineering, finance, whatever that looks like for you, and even if you are a drone pilot. And so I'm so fortunate to have the opportunity to speak with candidates and provide amazing women with opportunities to really reshape what careers could look like in aviation long term.
That's great. That's great. Abington, tell us a little bit about your Abington crew, which again incorporates women in all different kind of career aspects. So I'd like to learn more about that.
So if you're an Abington crew member, it means you own a watch. So if you come by Hangar A and take a look and purchase one of your watches, we welcome you to the crew. We've got about 10,000 crew members worldwide. They're women who ride motorcycles. They live out of tiny homes and RVs. They fly airplanes. They race cars. They're stand-up comedians. They're running nonprofits and in the C-suite. These are truly women who do more. So even the woman who is raising 3 children to help support the family while dad's going off to work, or someone who is retired and mentoring back. I mean, it's incredible how I really consider all women to be like diamonds. We're just cut with different facets, and we all shine in different ways. And so that's really who our crew is. And I couldn't be more proud of the women that wear my watches, my company's watches.
Oh, that's great. And let's talk a little, Tina, about your women that are getting in this emerging field of drones and technology. I know you're actively recruiting, so maybe you could tell us a little bit about those opportunities with Wing.
Yeah, absolutely. So at Wing, we are creating what we believe could be the preferred method of delivery for small packages across the world. And actively, we are recruiting for women in engineering roles, manufacturing, sourcing and procurement, across internships, and active drone pilots who currently hold 107 part license. And as of right now, we have active roles open in both Dallas-Fort Worth and in Christiansburg, Virginia, and we hope to be expanding across the globe in the near future.
Oh, that's great. Abington, you're expanding too in terms of some new watches that I know that you're kind of featuring here at the show. One of them is near and dear to my heart, which is the Wasp watch. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
So because I knew you wanted to talk about it, I am wearing one of the Wasp watches. We debuted this on the 80-year anniversary of the Wasp program last year at Homecoming in Sweetwater, Texas. It's a watch that was built with the museum as well as descendants of the Wasp. We only made 1,102 of these watches because there were only 1,102 women who went through the WASP program in World War II. It's incredible. It's got the wings that they were given after their training. The number 38 is the only number on the dial to commemorate the 38 WASP who died in service. And these are women who were flying all the non-combat flying, right? They were training the men, they were towing artillery practice, they were delivering the airplanes to different bases, they were just doing everything that they could to help aid and use their skills as pilots. And yet they weren't recognized as veterans until the 70s, which is insane. And so if there was any group that I could help just bring back that memory and have it be a daily reminder as a watch that you wear every day, this is one of my favorite pieces that I've created in the last 17 years. And I'm so excited that last month on Macy's Live, Macy's had me talk about the WASP watch for Women's History Month. And that's what this is all about, is not preaching to our choir, because we all know how much we all love aviation, but when we start to talk to people outside of aviation, like the audience that buys on Macy's.com or in the Macy's stores, and I can tell them about the Women Air Force Service pilots, then I know my company's doing a good thing.
Absolutely, and I'd like to tag on to that, because every year, every Memorial Day weekend, Women in Aviation International members and chapters and family and friends go and visit the graves of the WASP and to honor them. So we appreciate you carrying on that tradition and really educating the public about it too. So a little bit of talking about what are you doing this week with your drone deliveries and how can people learn more, Tina?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are so excited to be doing some live demonstrations at 12 o'clock noon right outside the Innovations Showcase today, and again at 6 o'clock in front of the island. If you're interested in seeing the technology operate and what the payload looks like, please check us out. And yeah, it's going to be incredible, and we look forward to seeing you all there.
I'm sure it could carry a watch, right? If we needed our watches delivered around the camp or different places in the Lakeland area, I got to talk to you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Our payloads right now can hold up to 2.6 pounds, and so we can
Perfect.
definitely fit a couple of watches in there.
Perfect.
I see a further partnership in the making. That's great. Now, Abington, this week, how can people come by and visit you, learn more about your watches?
Hi, this is Jack from the Uncontrolled.
We are in Hangar A. We've kind of nicknamed it the Abington Hangar. So come by Hangar A. We're right in the center aisle, very close to Women in Aviation, just a few booths down. Also, visit us online, abingtonco.com, and then we're doing a lot on social media. So check us out. If you search the hashtag FlySNF for Sun and Fun, you can find us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, all the places, and we're just continually putting out content of all the fun things that we're doing at the show.
Nope. Excellent. Kelly, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Sorry, I'm kind of cutting in here last minute, but Kelly with Women Shine, thank you for always bringing these beautiful guests up as we have some background noise of the Thunderbirds.
This is Jack from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. Don't miss a very special UCAP live episode Saturday, April 13th at 5:15 p.m. right here on Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at openairflightclub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at openairflightclub.com. The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the Vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun's Radio's Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Yes, we're on YouTube. Yes, you're making fun of me because I'm holding this piece of paper up close with my reading glasses. I am 50 years old, but celebrating just the same time Sun and Fun's 50th gathering. This is Sun and Fun Radio. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Sun and Fun Radio, starting off from a very smaller aspect, but look what it's grown into today. I'm up here now with Randy Bibb. Randy, good morning.
Quite a production here, Sun and Fun 2024. Great weather.
It is.
Great crowd.
It is, and if you heard in the previous talk, we actually had one of the Thunderbirds. What an intro did I just give those Thunderbirds, as they are flying in the background right now. Perfect timing. So you cannot be at an air show without some beautiful background noise of those jets, propellers, props, you name it, it is going to be here. I've not had a chance to walk around the exhibits too much just yet, but Randy's had a chance to actually meet, greet, and see this next company we're up here with. So, Randy, who are we meeting with now?
Well, you know, we all need our aviation supplies. A lot of us save up for the year to come and do it here, and that's exactly what I did, Jack, and looking for a couple of flight helmets. So walking by, and there's Lift. Lift makes these helmets. They're beautiful. They're works of art. They're functional, built-in headsets. So there they are. I walk in. We have a chat, and then 20 minutes later, here they are, live on the air. So we're here with Brandon Lentz.
Braden Lentz, I'm going to correct you. No worries.
Yeah.
I get it all day long. So here from Lift Aviation, I am the brand director for the company, and absolutely excited to be here at Sun and Fun. It's one of our favorite events of the year, and obviously because of the weather. But, you know, we don't let the rain stop us. So.
Well, tell us about your flight gear, what you have, and then we'll have some more specific questions as you go.
Of course. I'll keep it short and sweet. So, you know, we like to make products by pilots for pilots. So it's something where, at the end of the day, we really look to fulfill a need and then implement some new technology and some awesome features so that way pilots can really, you know, keep moving, keep confident in the fuselage and in the aircraft. So, you know, we make anything from a kneeboard to a commercial pilot shirt to the industry's first and one only pilot shoe, as well as, you know, our flagship products of our aviation helmets and military helmets as well.
You know, something I hadn't looked at before, you have those shoes there, and one of the guys said something about rudder skid, anti-skid rudder. I had no idea what he was talking about. I had to run back over and get on air. So what was he talking about with these special flight shoes, fire resistant, flame retardant?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we have plenty of different models, but the main key feature of the shoe is going to be our heel slider technology. So there's no rollers, or any sort of wheels or anything. It is a Teflon, zero friction nylon material that is in the form of cleats on the bottom of the heel of each shoe. So that allows you to slide on the floor of the plane when you're working the rudder pedals, instead of floating those feet or getting them caught in the rudder cables or anything like that. So really precision flying, anything tail wheel, anything heel brakes, anything where you're going to need superior rudder control. Lift's got that shoe technology covered.
Braden, you are a young gentleman, so you're a young man. What got you actually started between the aviation passion and possibly the business as well?
Yeah, I'm 25 myself, so definitely, a lot younger than a lot of other people in the industry, but we do see quite a bit of younger generations coming up and finding interest in the aviation community, which I have myself. So started in 2017 with the launch of Lift Aviation at Oshkosh, ironically, and, was just selling T-shirts, umbrellas, and some stickers, trying to promote our brand. And 5-6 years later, here we are as a brand director, leading a very awesome team of fantastic and smart people to take on military contracts and a bunch of different other things. So,
well, speaking of that, last year we talked about a product launch. You guys were very excited about, and you wouldn't give us too much information. It's still in the works, and you were all excited. So has this happened for you?
Yes, it has. Yes, and that product that you're speaking of is our AV 2.1 fixed wing, next generation fixed wing helmet for the U.S. Air Force and civilian markets.
So you can offer an existing current U.S. Air Force military to we civilians?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've thankfully prided ourselves in the ability to create and offer the next generation technology for the U.S. Air Force. And then in preceding years after winning the contract in 2023, we're able to now streamline that process and bring that awesome technology to the GA market. So,
well, Jack, I went over and looked at these helmets. They're space age. I mean, they're, and you can take your own A20 or whatever headset you have, you can incorporate, break that down, and you build the helmet around this headset. So I know technology changes, so your designs have to change, and you always have to be in front of these changes. So Jack, I went over and checked that out. It's pretty fantastic.
You got to see this firsthand to get the full details of what's involved. You're talking about these products for pilots, designed with pilot needs and ideas.
Correct.
So you've got I'm sure a technology or a team that's open to listen to the new advancements, and hey, maybe I'd like to have this applied into the future ideas. So I mean, your company actually replies on feedback.
100%. Yeah, we are a feedback-based company. Excuse me. Our customers are one of the most important aspects of what we do, because we feel like this product should be useful in the cockpit, not just look good, but also function well. So, we are, in the midst of creating a brand new knee board on top of one of our most popular products that will be crowdsourced. So, we want to ask the people what they need in every aspect of aviation to make that a functional piece of equipment, not only for us to produce, but, like I said, the user to use. So, we really strive to innovate and implement as much new technology as we can while making it make sense for the customer.
Brady, you're talking about the products and then background noise coming. And as Randy's talking about seeing the product firsthand, you're out here at the Sun and Fun 2024 Expo. Where can people walk up and actually see you out here on the field?
Yeah, so we actually have quite a few representatives out here. You can find some information about us at the Game Bird tent. You can find some information about us at Aviat and Husky. We have plenty of different partners in the industry, but our booth is located right outside the Phillips 66 Compass Rose, southeast 9899. So if you make your way to the giant Phillips 66 painting on the ground and you go ahead and look up, you'll see our awesome trailer with the big gold flags there. So come by, get a cold water.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
yes,
of course.
This Florida heat's maybe not here, just yet today, warming up over the weekend a little bit, but yeah, just drink lots of liquids. Our little public service announcement. But sorry, continue.
No worries. Yeah, no, stop by.
Great.
Get a nice cold water. Check out the products. Touch and feel the shoes. Get a chance to pick up that military civilian helmet here, because at 2.7 pounds with comms in it, you'll be absolutely astounded as to the in-hand weight that feels like. So really some awesome stuff, really some groundbreaking technology, and we'll be continuing to go.
Website so we can go look at these?
Of course. So you're www.liftaviationusa.com, and same thing for Instagram and social media. You're Lift Aviation USA, LIFTAVIATION USA.com. So feel free to visit us, like and subscribe, and make sure to share all of our cool stuff that we have going on.
That is Lift, L-I-F-T. I know we've got different pronunciations and spellings of Lift, but this is L-I-F-T.
Correct.
Aviation.
Correct. LIFT aviationusa.com.
Well, Braden, we appreciate you being up here on the Chats from the Deck Live, talking about the product, outstanding business communication, product support, you name it. Your company's been giving it. You're a repeat guest up here, so we thank you for coming back each year. We look forward to having you next year with possibly some new innovations, maybe another surprise or two. I'm just, keeping my fingers crossed, but you guys are staying on top of it, so we appreciate it. Randy, Braden, we're about to get a break. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Fred's Market, a Plant City tradition of family dining and Southern hospitality since 1954. Founded by Elton and Evelyn Johnson, it began as a gas station where Evelyn cooked for family and friends. Today, Fred's Market serves farm-to-plate freshness at 3 different Central Florida locations, offering a buffet of fresh, slow-cooked food in a warm and fun atmosphere. It's Southern comfort at its pure and hearty best, embodying the essence of Fred's Market Restaurant. Fred'sMarket.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Composite Workshop sponsor Fiberglass Coatings, Florida's largest independently owned composites distributor. With over 100 employees and 300,000 square feet of warehousing at multiple locations, they cater to diverse industries from aviation to marine, with a complete line of epoxy systems to specialized coring materials. FGCI's services extend from individual hobbyists to major manufacturers. You can find more information at FGCI.com.
Sun and Fun Event Media Production is sponsored by Van Do It, a third-generation American-owned business offering adventure and commercial vans with perfect modularity for every journey at the industry's best value. Combining modularity, functionality, durability, and performance with unique features, Van Do It ensures there is a van for every adventure, budget, and mission. You can see their vans here at booths N71 and 2 or online at vandoit.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun 'n Fun Aero Expo today.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Here's some more info on our Sun 'n Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the metal shaping workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden prop carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun 'n Fun workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
And now, back to the Sun 'n Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun 'n Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live, as you can tell, from the Sun 'n Fun 2024, the 50th Annual Sun 'n Fun Aerospace Expo. In the background, ladies and gentlemen, kids of all ages, you're listening to the Thunderbirds. 3, 2, 1, jet noise! You cannot be at an air show without the feeling and anticipation of that jet noise, feeling and thumping in your chest as it comes right overhead. My name is Jack Mason. I'm joined up here with Mr. Randy Bibb. Next on deck, we have Mr. Steve Olive with Aviation Maintenance. And Randy and Steve, I kind of married a young lady that's an A&P and is actually a co-owner of a maintenance shop. So I hear some of the, good news and bad news of aviation, but it just seems like with the aircraft getting older, there's just, more work to be needed and all that. So I am a dispatcher, for aircraft. So I'm not on the maintenance side. Randy has actually worked with maintenance and avionics in the past, so he's kind of going ahead and talk to Steve. And so we have that jet noise in the background fading away. So, Randy, take it away.
That's the sound of freedom you're hearing there, but
it
doesn't work very well with a live radio
No,
broadcast.
it does not,
So bear with us, folks. We kind of lean in and speak a little louder when those guys are passing over. So anyway, we're here with Steve Olive with Oasis Aviation. And like Jack was saying, not only do we have the standard attrition, things breaking every day, retrofitting airplanes is a huge business, making your 1975 Cessna 310. Let's upgrade those round gauges to some nice square boxes that have everything. So Oasis sort of specializes in these upgrades and avionics and some. So Steve, let us tell us what you've got going on there at Oasis.
Sure. Yeah, Oasis Aviation Maintenance. We're in Noonan, Georgia. We're 145 repair station and primarily focus on avionics, but we also do general maintenance and pretty much everything from King Airs on down. Been in business since 2012, and we've been doing avionics for about the last 7 or 8 years now, and that's primarily our business now. We're primarily a Garmin dealer. Most of our business is Garmin, but we pretty much cover everything else too. So, and staying very busy. We're real happy to be here at Sun 'n Fun. We got some great specials going on, and we're happy to have everybody come by and see us in Hangar B.
So it's a complete retrofit. I can bring
Correct.
my old raggedy avionics airplanes in there.
Yep.
You guys can rip all of that out and, and
Yeah,
put in
we do everything from King Air G1000 NXI upgrades all the way down to we pretty much do it from King Airs on down.
Well, kind of a little sidestep at this point. I was in training. I taught Oklahoma State in aviation, and you mentioned something during the pre-broadcast chat. You guys have an internship, sort of a mentor. Right. Tell us about that.
Sure. Yeah. We have a U.S. Department of Labor approved apprenticeship program for avionics technicians. They spend about a year with us, learning everything from basic wiring all the way through configuration and installation. And then obviously, hopefully, we want them to get a job either with us or another shop. But it's a gap in the industry that we're trying to fill, because there's plenty of places to go to A&P school. Obviously, you can go to pilot training, but when it comes to avionics technicians, there's not a lot of opportunities for training and education.
Where are you located?
We're in Noonan, Georgia, just south of Atlanta, about 25 miles south of Atlanta International Airport.
And someone interested in again, training is near and dear to my heart. Someone that's interested in that, they can reach out to you, Oasis Aviation.
That's right.
And avionics technicians, and
yep.
I guess other install positions might be available.
Yeah, and our program, we actually can extend them all the way through A&P if they want to stay around and do an A&P apprenticeship as well. So it extends beyond avionics, but in our case, we start with avionics and extend beyond that if they want to stick around and go through the A&P apprenticeship.
Steve, my knowledge is about this big. Of course, I'm a dispatcher, so I can tell the aircraft where to go. But to become an avionics technician, I know, or forgive me, A&P, airframe and power plant.
Right.
You have the general, you have your time and all that, so you can actually lead into that.
Right.
How does an avionics technician acquire the true technician certification or whatever's needed?
The FAA doesn't certificate avionics technicians the same way.
Okay.
We basically have an industry certification, the Aircraft Electronic Technician Certification. It's a test that they take while they're with us. So that's the true industry certification there, but everything else is pretty much a education, hands-on education, and apprenticeship program.
The fabulous Thunderbirds in the background there. You probably value somebody coming in to start, maybe not fresh, but have some experience, but to stay with the company. And I'm sure any company wants that value to be able to teach their standards, how the practice is actually operating on the floor. You actually have the advantage of being able to do maintenance and avionics at the same time. I hear of the other shops we're strictly maintenance, or we're going to hand the avionics off to a neighboring facility or something, so you're able to do both at the same time.
That's right.
Noonan, Georgia, south of Atlanta, so you're not really getting into the Atlanta Hartsfield busyness, or going through all that. Noonan's out of the airspace enough just to enjoy.
We're right on the edge.
Right on the edge.
Right
okay.
on the edge of
okay.
the airspace. Yeah. So we're still busy. And the nice thing is there's so much industry related to the airline industry and other things around Atlanta. So there's plenty of opportunities for guys and gals that come through our program as well.
So you mentioned general maintenance as well as installation of these avionics. General maintenance, give us an idea of what you can do there for us.
Everything from minor phase inspections on King Airs all the way down to annual inspections, routine maintenance, tire changes, you name it. Anything that anybody with a Cessna or a Piper aircraft would need, we can do that maintenance for them as well.
I know a lot of folks like to take the opportunity of that lengthy annual inspection to install something. So it's a great, your airplane's not down 3 weeks for an inspection and another 2 months for an installation. You can couple those together at your shop.
Absolutely, and we do that quite regularly where someone will come in for avionics, ask us to do the annual inspection or some other routine maintenance. So it is very common for us to do routine maintenance or non-routine maintenance for someone that's getting an avionics upgrade.
I've got the need, and I know it's coming up in 6 months for my annual, and I want to get some avionics upgraded. Easiest way to go ahead and get with your company to pre-plan the time to come in, drop it off.
Absolutely.
What's a good example for that?
You just call our shop. We can walk through all the options as far as avionics upgrade options. We spend quite a bit of time with you going through all the different options that are available to you. Once you settle in on what you want for avionics, we schedule in. And right now we're booking June, so we're not that far out.
Okay.
So we can book anytime from June on out all through the rest of the year. And we've got enough technicians, and we're a big enough staff and facility that we can move quite a few airplanes through our facility. So we try to keep our time down to a minimum. So
having a installation avionics background myself, I know there's a lot of art involved in this thing. It's not just a cookie cutter.
No.
You're going down to the bench level and creating these wiring harnesses.
Correct.
Wire by wire by wire, and then 2 hours later you have a bundle with 85 wires, and you go route that through the airplane, and the links and the wire gauges, and it takes a highly specialized shop such as Oasis to do something like this.
Yeah, and the technicians are dedicated to doing it too. It's not for everybody, so they really focus on being detail oriented.
I've not seen the example firsthand, but I've heard, when my aircraft, I work with two Learjet 60s, but when they're working out the avionics and some, of the electrical wiring, I mean, they're talking about, it's 3 times the length of the aircraft once it's out. So just the amount of detail that's put into the installations, retrofitting, like you said, is just, it takes that special, passion to really, make sure that it's done correctly the first time.
That's right.
Well, Steve, we appreciate everybody that's on your team, continuing the education, making sure that the maintenance avionics is done professionally. You want repeat business. You want it done right the first time. Word of mouth, I'm sure, is probably the biggest thing for you.
Right.
Website is located where?
OasisAircraft.com.
Okay.
So www.oasisaircraft.com.
Okay.
And they can come see us in Hangar B, and we'd be happy to talk to them about any kind of avionics upgrade they're thinking about with their airplane.
Excellent. Steve, we're going to let you walk away. We're going to continue talking up here, but thank you for your time today as we got the Thunderbirds in the background.
Appreciate it.
Randy, I'm excited. We've got this air show starting, where are we at? 11:45 here right now, 1 o'clock today. We know the Thunderbirds are up right now. We're assuming this is their practice run that they normally do, before they really start the air show performances.
Warming up the crowd just a little bit.
Yeah, the excitement as they fly overhead. For those of you that are listening, liveatc.net/SNF. Search for us on YouTube, Sun and Fun Radio. You can catch us through Sunday at the conclusion of the air show. But a little treat this year is the, of course, Austin Straubel International Airport providing the funding and sponsorship for this live video feed. Skycam, I'm not too sure engineering if we have actually come up with a great name for it, but you can also watch us in the air show. You can watch it, put it in the background if you want to, and then turn the audio on liveatc.net/SNF as they get ready for the air show announcing at the same time. But when the Thunderbird did the flyover a little while ago, I see my guys in engineering smiling and clapping that they were so excited to see that shot. And if you're here, though, you can't miss it. This is a family event. This is a fundraiser. The Aerospace Center for Excellence is a year-round facility providing the funding through basically what we're out here doing right now, enjoying this air show. But between summer camps, between STEM educational programs, you name it, Ace is out here just giving it back. Sorry, I'm distracted watching these Thunderbirds fly in the background. Oh, you got to enjoy it. You've got to enjoy it. Tango 31 Aero Club with Miss Savannah Hunter, Matthew, and Kevin coming up on deck. They're getting set and ready. We're doing a great job, but you got 2 more days of this. I mean, I just can't believe that this is the 50th annual Sun and Fun. We're actually up here celebrating the 30th annual Sun and Fun radio year. I'm enjoying it. How about you, Randy?
Great time, great weather, great crowd, great people, great information, and want to give a shout out for Saturday night. You guys have to come out.
Yes, that air show's nighttime air show after the conclusion of the daytime air show. Nighttime starting at 7 p.m. Having Lee Lauterbach, all the great shows. The Titan Fuel teams actually with the T6s, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. I've been trying to read and stay up on that. But after that is just a little fireworks display.
Oh my goodness! It's the most spectacular live thing I've ever had the pleasure to. It's amazing fireworks.
I'm enjoying and hearing people come up and like, did you see it? Did you miss it? Kind of deal. It was like the best I've ever seen. And they're not just making it up. They're not workers out here. There's actually just people just commenting on Gene Conrad and his team with Sun and Fun of what they put on, not just once like they've done in years past, but 2, the Wednesday night course display and fireworks, and like you said, Randy, for this Saturday and evening.
Oh, fireworks, lasers, drones, and then there's an airplane flying around through all of that.
Yes,
it's amazing.
Yes, there is. So bring out the family if you're staying for the day. Plenty of vendors out here for dinner. If you're just coming out for the nighttime air show, grab a lawn chair, grab a blanket. You're going to have plenty of space to sit and enjoy that. Tango 31 Aero Club, welcome to the deck.
Thank you.
Absolutely. My name's Jack Mason. This is Randy Bibb. We're going to be your host today. How we doing? Miss Savannah, we're going to look at you first and just announce that we are on YouTube this week, so we get to see all your smiling faces. So
Amazing.
Welcome.
Okay.
Who would like to do some intros about Tango 31?
Oh, we can do it. All three of us, really.
Excellent. I'll let you introduce your name as well.
So my name's Kevin Butler.
Excellent. Kevin,
I'm
good
one
to
of the
see you.
original Aero Club members, and I've
Okay.
kind of moved more into a director position. So we're a nonprofit 501c3 organization out of North Texas. We build, maintain, restore airplanes, and the kids earn the right to fly the airplanes by working on them, and you get to fly them for the price of gas.
Now, what kind of aircraft are we talking about?
Right now, we've got 2 flying 150s, working on a 172. We have a Piper Arrow we just got we're working on, a 120, and a Taylorcraft.
So this is from true hands-on to being able to pilot it.
Right.
For high school students?
For 15 to 21, you can join, and then once you're in as long as you are active, basically.
So, Thunderbirds in the background, ladies and gentlemen, live air show. We're loving it.
What location did you say? What city?
We're in McKinney, Texas.
McKinney,
It's
Texas.
about 40
okay.
miles north of Dallas.
Okay.
Miss Savannah, what's your affiliation with the club?
I became a member about a year and a half ago. Had no prior experience in aviation, and I just had a little bug. And I had a friend of mine who worked with one of the original Aero Club members, just like Kevin, and he was like, "Yeah, there's this nonprofit. You should go out, check it out." And so I wandered out to the hangar, and I've been there ever since.
So the other Kevin gives everyone a call sign.
Yes, he does.
What is your? Tell us your call signs.
Mine is Thunder.
Thunder. Okay.
I am very loud, and when I walk in, he apparently says my presence is known, so I'll take it.
I'm the Hammer.
Nice. Hammer, Thor. You got to be Thor then, right? I mean,
No, I'm Brainiac.
You have to push your glasses back
Oh,
up on
yeah.
you when you say that.
Yeah, I look the part. That's why.
Well, great.
We all have that young passion that kind of brings us into aviation, whether it's a parent, a grandparent, a friend, a coworker. You never know. But we also sometimes don't have that, so it just becomes a friendship. Here locally, of course, we've got our own Lakeland Aero Club. We are affiliated with the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, which is a public high school. Are you guys actually affiliated with the high school as well, or is it just open for any of those age groups?
No, we're not affiliated with any high school programs. It's from where we're at, it's a little bit easier to not be.
Makes sense.
But we take kids in. There is an aviation program. That's how the original members met Kevin Lacey, the founder. That's how we all met him, because he was a mentor at the high school program. And then we just started showing up at his hangar, and he couldn't kick us out.
So Brainiac, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Matthew, and they call me Brainiac. And I joined the club about September, I'm pretty sure. And I heard about it through an interview at Oshkosh last year in the hangar talk. And my dad showed me to it. He's like, "Oh, you should do this." I was like, "Yeah, maybe." And then I just showed up one day, and I just kept showing up.
You know, for me, I know Kevin well. It's really a unique program. What he's started there and what you guys are continuing. A kid off the street, and I'm not being derogatory and saying kid, a young person off the street walks in, and we've heard this story again and again from your club. No experience. Hey, what is that? I forget the name, but a girl was across the street with her mother and says, "What the heck is that?" She walks across the street and mom finds her and she's elbow deep working on a Cessna. And so, yeah, it's really a unique thing that you guys are building down there.
Yeah.
I've had the opportunity to raise so far, now I'm up to 4 children that I've kind of, had the chance to go to Central Florida Aerospace to be high school students into aviation. But it's the understanding that not every young aviator wants to become actually a pilot, that the A&P application can actually, be done, or, maybe it's just welding. There's different, factors out there. So why don't we start, and, what is your ambition, here at the club now, but where's life going to take you, or where would you like for it to take you?
I'm a A&P IA. I'm A&P full-time. I'm a lead mechanic for Bombardier in Dallas.
Excellent.
And then I got my private pilot's license. I'm working on getting my ratings. So I'm a mechanic full-time, working on my ratings, earning my way into the cockpit through my toolbox.
Good job. I've got 2 of their 60 XRs that we operate through our Part 91, so very good quality aircraft. We appreciate Bombardier and everything there. So, and the training that we have out there for CAE, so a little plug for them. How about you? Where's life taking you?
My goal is to end up at the airlines, and so I'd like to, eventually make my way up to a main airline and come back to the Aero Club and be a bigger part of the club and to help keep it going and give the opportunity to the next generation. So I'm hoping to eventually be on the board and kind of come back home to Aero Country and be a part of it.
Your point's perfect right there, to come back and continue teaching. So, I mean, our career is going to take us later in life somewhere else. That's fact, but the chance to come back and then, we're all going to grow up. Here I am 50, still growing up. But we're going to grow up and we're going to be able to come back and take time off and actually educate where we came from and share our experiences. So that's a great point. Thank you for that offer. All right, you're stuck with Brainiac, so
right.
We love it. So where's life going to take you after the club?
I want to keep going to the airlines or anywhere else, really. I don't prefer the airlines at all. Usually I could go to corporate or something.
Yeah.
But any of them, really. And then try to live close to the McKinney Airport, too, come back to it. Maybe even live at the airport. I'd love to live at an airport.
Right. So most programs out there, being in education myself, there's a rigid criteria and timelines and the money, and there's so many variables, and then you get a little bit older and you get a job and kids, and so the structure at your facility, you walk in, a timeline. Do we have a stringent timeline? Do we have to meet these timelines and get things done, or is it all self-paced and whatever it is you're doing?
Well, we try to set timelines. Sometimes it's not met. Where it's the whole point of it's teaching. We teach the kids. Like I said, I'm an A&P, so I help teach some of the younger kids who aren't A&Ps yet. Obviously, we have all three. Well, we have 3 directors that are A&Ps. 2 of them are IAs. I'm an A&P-IA, so I've kind of moved more towards that position to help teach the younger kids. And then we have our CFIs, so we try to get them to work on them and fly them.
Right. So, do you? And I know I teach again in the civilian world. And I follow like a published Gleam or Jepson or AOA syllabus, so we get all those bases covered. Not that we're tracking it and grading it on that syllabus, but we use that as a guide to go along. Do you guys have some sort of...
On the flying side, we do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 3 flight instructors right now. We have a head flight instructor. She kind of created the syllabus for the Aero Club. And so we kind of go off that. Each student's a little bit different, of course. So we go off of that.
Right. And so a license, and for those of you that may not know, a license is a license. If you get that pilot license, regardless of where you got it, how you achieved it, it's a license. Same thing with an A&P. And then we just got off from OASIS and talking about avionics certificates. So it doesn't matter where you get these. You just time in the seat or under the hood, really.
We're talking about this is a 501c. So this is fully nonprofit.
Yes, it is.
So, of course, that means funding. Coming in from another resource or other resources. So if there's, whether it's local into the Texas area or just somebody worldwide, website we can look at for donations or to help out the students. What's a great route that others can help out?
So we do have a website. It's tango31aeroclub.com. That's going to be T31 Aero Club, and the club is spelt with an E at the end. I guess we wanted to be unique. We also have a Facebook that you can follow us at Tango 31 Aero Club. Kevin Lacey keeps that very well updated, so you can kind of follow what's going on in the hangar and all the accomplishments of all the kids and kind of keep track of us and what we're doing. And then we also do have an Instagram that's also new. So that's going to be Tango 31 T31 _ Aero Club, spelled with an E at the end. And there are places on the website where you can donate. We have you can donate via PayPal, send checks in the mail. We have a lot of great sponsors who donate us products that help us fund our projects and that we use on our projects. So all that information can be found on the website and just kind of who we are, what we do, and we even have a place where you can kind of look at the members and where they are. So.
Well, I know that I can even donate an airplane, and you guys go and restore, tattered airplanes. Kevin was mentioning a swamp beast or a
swamp hawk.
Swamp. Yeah. You guys rescued a 172 or something out of a swamp, and your students rebuild these and fly these very airplanes.
Yes, and that's the benefit of it all, is because there's a lot of pilots out there who don't know the system side of it. They don't know the mechanic side of it, and that makes you 10 times a better pilot. And there's a lot of mechanics out there who don't fly. They don't sit in the cockpit and fly the airplane. And so, to be able to have the exposure to both sides of this aviation industry makes you a better, well-rounded pilot and mechanic for whatever you choose to do. And that's going to be the best benefit of the Aero Club, is you're getting that hands-on experience. And when we're flying, from Texas to Florida for Sun and Fun,
excellent.
If you have an issue in the cockpit, or you're able to run through and kind of troubleshoot if you ever have an issue, because you're the ones working on that airplane. So that's probably the best thing about it. And it just creates a sense of responsibility, because you know that, if you're flying the airplane, you're going to want to take care of it. Because you know that if you break it, pop a tire, anything like that, been there, done that, you're the one who's going to go fix it. And vice versa, you really take pride in your work on the mechanic side as well, and doing the annuals and doing all the inspections and stuff, because you know that you're the one flying it. So Kevin has created a program that has really taught us to hold ourselves accountable and do good work and take pride in your work.
And build confidence.
It does.
I've never been in that situation. I'm not a pilot, but I'm sure that that confidence is there when a panic situation could happen. That the hands-on applications you've acquired and your friendships and the knowledge of maybe your co-pilot is there already. So you're going to handle it very carefully. We're coming up on about the last 30 seconds, but you're up here on the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, listening to us live. Sounds like it's getting a little quieter there in the background. The Thunderbirds finishing up practice. But we're up here right now with Tango 31 Aero Club out of Texas. We thank you for all you guys have been doing. Continue the work. Come back, provide future education and knowledge to the next generation as well. So we're about to go to break, but again, thank you for being up here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org, is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Welcome to Paradise City, presented by Junkers. Explore the world of light planes in this vibrant area featuring static displays, exhibits, demonstration flights, and forums on specific light plane topics. Check the daily schedule for forum details. Enjoy the action from the 826 grass strip where the aircraft operations buzz all day long. And pilots, don't miss out on aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday the 12th at noon. Join us at Paradise City for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun sends a special thank you to the premier sponsors of our volunteer t-shirts. Textron Aviation, textav.com. VisitCentralFlorida.org, CAE.com, and McFarlandAviation.com for sponsoring the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. These sponsors recognize the importance of volunteers' work and time to make each Sun and Fun a success, and show their support by providing t-shirts as a small token of appreciation.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day 0, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org. Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
And now back to Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I am Dave Shellbitter, host and chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. This is the 30th year. It's Sun and Fun's 50th. It's the radio station's 30th. And we are here. We're live. We are having a blast. Mr. Mason has stepped off to give his voice a break and grab a sandwich. And I didn't do any at all preparation for this interview. And then I saw who the guest was. I don't need a preparation for this interview. Welcome back to the deck, Sarah Rutland. How are ya?
We're great, and great to be back here with you guys at Sun and Fun Radio, and a big thank you to all the volunteers, both for the radio and the whole air show. You guys are what make it happen.
And we couldn't do it without sponsors like you. Sarah's company, Shoreline, and we'll get into the various different incarnations of Shoreline, holds the distinction and honor of being the very first sponsorship announcement package buyer on the radio station. So basically our first advertiser, been with us every year, comes back every year, helps us out even more every year, and this year helped us out by being a volunteer. What did you think of your first year volunteering?
I loved it, and I will be back as a volunteer next year and beyond. It was a lot of fun. You've got a great group here, and we're happy to be part of that in that way as well.
Well, thank you. So now, going to being sponsors, you are sponsoring to get a little bit of word out about your company. You have the Shoreline family.
That's
and
right.
First off, they can be reached at flysassy.com, which for Sarah, that's like just a fitting, because you can be a little sassy yourself. Flysassy.com. We kind of talked a little bit about them yesterday, but we're going to cover them again. Let's start with Shoreline Aviation Services.
Okay, Shoreline Aviation Services is a parent company, and we have a couple offshoots from that, which will be Shoreline Aviation Insurance and Travel Shoreline.
And you also have the other one that we don't do commercials or anything else for, because it is the, and I have to clean it up for radio. It's the Holland Donkey. Hauling. Production. Aviation.
That's right.
And you guys are ad specialties. Right?
That's right.
Okay, so ad specialties, all the neat little stuff. So, okay, so Shoreline Aviation Services. You guys are, you have client airplanes that you fly for them, but also charter? Am I have that right?
Well, we don't do charter.
Okay.
We've done corporate flight management. We've done crew leasing. We've provided crews for the aircraft that we manage. We handle all the insurance, whether it's for the airplanes, for the aviation businesses, aviation properties. And Travel Shoreline was a natural addition to the family, because people are flying, they're traveling, they need logistics, and that's what Travel Shoreline does. We can provide. One thing that's kind of difficult for the traditional travel agent is how do you make cars show up at an FBO? First of all, they don't even know what an FBO is.
All right.
So we know how to do that because we're pilots and we're operators, and our tagline is if you're doing it in aviation, chances are we've done it. So it makes it easy to help you.
That's right. For our non-aviation general public listening audience, FBO is fixed base operation. Basically, you could compare it to the gas station that you hit on your travels.
There you go.
FBOs offer way more than that, but that's the easiest way. It's a service center at the airports, and there can be one on the airfield. There can be several on the field. So it is the business that takes care of airplanes when they come in, fuel, maintenance, all that stuff. So Travel Shoreline was, like you said, was just a natural offshoot of that. Do you find yourself doing non-aviator travel business as well?
Oh, we do a lot of non-aviation related travel, non-aviation owners. So we have a lot of business travelers, and they're repeat customers. They can just send a text. We know where they want to go. We have all their information. We set it all up, send them all their confirmations. It's hands-off, and the best thing about our travel agency is our services are completely free to the customer.
That's great. That's sometimes travel agents do want something for doing their stuff, so arranging their stuff. And my understanding is that the huge difference from other travel agencies is it doesn't matter what time of the day or night you call Travel Shoreline, a human being answers the phone. You don't even have to go through press 1 to speak to our operator.
Oh, no, we don't have that.
A real live person answers the phone every time at Travel Shoreline, so you can call. And usually it's you, isn't it? You carry the company phone with you?
I have my phone. It's always there. Myself, Kim, Joe, Christy, we all answer our phone. And it doesn't matter if it's a weekend, if it's in the evenings. Sometimes that's when you have time to talk about vacation because you work during the day. So
that's why I laugh about volunteer work. When I was working a 9-to-5 type job, actually 8 to 4:30 job, I would most of my volunteer work was done in the evenings and on weekends, and I was always surprised that I got staff, Sun and Fun staff, to answer me after hours on weekends.
Oh, that's awesome!
And they're like, "Well, no, we know you're a volunteer, and you can only do it certain times." And so, the Sun and Fun staff does that. That makes a huge, huge difference. Now, we discussed quite at length yesterday Shoreline Aviation Insurance.
Right.
I'm going to repeat the same story we told yesterday about there was somebody on social media, and he was complaining and carrying on. Anybody know anybody in the insurance business? I can't seem to get anybody to help me, blah, blah, blah. I reached out to you and told you, are you okay with me giving? Yeah, of course, send them to me. I gave the guy your information. I posted it online, and I never heard another word about it. And I went, cool. This guy stopped complaining after he talked to them. And then down the road, I asked you what happened. He said, oh, well, basically he couldn't get what he wanted, and he was trying to find somebody that would give him what he couldn't qualify for. But the way you explained it to him, he understood why he couldn't get it, and he stopped pursuing, which is great. And that's the kind of stuff. As we were talking about, I'm a fresh minted pilot. The ink's still wet on my pilot certificate. I'm going to go out and buy a complex aircraft like a Cirrus, and they're not going to insure me.
That's correct. And a big part of that is having a good relationship with your customers, explaining to them how things work, letting them know what they need to do. It's all an education process, and that's what we do. We talk to our customers, like you said, we answer the phone, and that's the important part. And our underwriters trust us because we do give good information to our customers. And we do represent, okay, this will work, this won't work. We say, okay, what do you want to do? And then instead of them telling us how to do it, we say, tell us what you want, and we'll help you devise a way to get there. Then we talk to the underwriters before we send it and say, this is what our customer wants. This is where he is. This is an idea that we have to get them from there to where they want to be. And we get them to sign off on it so that when we send it to them the first time, it's something they can say yes to. Because you don't want to send something that then they just get turned down, then nobody will talk to them.
Right.
And that's where people run into problems. It's about that personal service and the relationship between both the customer and the underwriter.
And more importantly, having the knowledge of how to get it done.
You know, I mean, I always laugh. People ask me about what I do. I'd say I take what you want and tell you what you can get and put it on paper so you can get a building permit. I'm a draftsman by trade. And you guys kind of do the same thing. And again, for our non-flying general audience, insuring an airplane is not like insuring a car. I can go down to the Lamborghini dealership, slap down my Amex Black, drive out in a Lamborghini, and I call State Farm and say, "Hey guys, I just bought a Lamborghini. I need you to insure it for me." And they'll insure it. They don't care.
Right.
Airplanes don't work that way.
That's correct.
You need time in the aircraft. If you're flying, you're a fresh pilot and you've got a Taylor Craft or a Piper Cub, simple airplane to fly, no complex systems. Yeah, you can probably get insurance for it because you're a new pilot with low hours. You pay a little more, but you can get insurance. But as a low-time pilot, you cannot get insurance in a complex aircraft. And when it is time to get insurance, you need to call Shoreline Aviation Insurance, or you need to go to the website flysassy.com, FLYSASI.com. Sarah, we have about a minute before we have to go to break. Is there anything else you want to add?
Well, we just want to say thanks once again, for all the Sun and Fun volunteers and the radio volunteers. You guys are great. We love being part of this family, and we'll see you again next year for sure.
All right. So we are coming to you again from the 2024 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. You want to watch what we're doing, Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube, or I guess they say at Sun and Fun Radio. You want to listen to it audio only, liveatc.net/SNF. Huge shout out, thank you. You're part of your sponsorship this year came into our equipment for our video streaming. So you guys are also part of our video streaming sponsors this year, which is great. We can't thank you enough. We are going to go to a 5-minute break, and we will be back with you with another guest. And let me see, Lakeland Harley Davidson is up next. Rum. Take us to break.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can join for free to access guides, discounts, and a passionate community of virtual aviators. Here at Sun and Fun, you can enjoy the Flight Sim Experience Center at the Future in Flight Plaza and get hands-on with the latest flight simulation technology and meet fellow enthusiasts. Flight Sim Expo, North America's largest enthusiast flight simulation convention, takes place June 21st through the 23rd in Las Vegas. Event details at flightsimexpo.com.
Sun & Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
PlaneTags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, PlaneTags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at PlaneTags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
Here's some more info on our Sun & Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun & Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
And now, back to the Sun & Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Sun & Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live. As you just heard from me in a pre-recorded announcement just then, it is brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun & Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo. I, Russ Roslewski, am up here with
Randy Bibb
Randy.
here, yeah.
Yeah, we've got some exciting guests here from Lakeland Harley-Davidson. We have Randa Burris and Ken Vituli. Hi.
Good morning. Good morning. We're afternoon already, I guess.
It is. Is it? It is afternoon. Yeah. Great. So, Lakeland Harley-Davidson, huh? What have you been doing out here?
Well, Randa's been out here all week, so we've done this for many, many years. We've got our rider training program, and so what we do is we close that for about 2 weeks. And we bring all those training bikes out here and the pilots and everybody get to kind of ride around on them. So it's been a great partnership for many years. So we're front and center out there, and we got merchandise out there to look at, and we've got some really cool bikes, some new stuff for this year. So it's good to be here.
Now, you said Rider Training Academy that you shut down for a couple weeks, but that means 50 weeks out of the year you have a training academy.
Well, that's one of the beauties of being in Florida is we got great weather, so we can ride year-round.
So tell us about this Rider Training Academy.
Yeah, it's a 3-day course. We've got some excellent instructors who provide bikes. You come out Thursday night, Saturday, and Sunday. And it's not for everybody. I always tell people this isn't some class you come in and punch your ticket and walk out with a certificate. We actually teach how to ride a motorcycle.
So for a new rider, then, is this a mandatory requirement for a state license? Or?
Yeah. So in the state of Florida, it used to be you could actually just go down to the DMV and take a test. You can't do that anymore. So you actually have to pass an MSF, Motorcycle Safety Foundation course, and we're able to do that. We're connected with the DMV and everything, so that'll take you through the course, and you go down and get your license.
What kind of motorcycles are you using for that?
They actually just came out with new training bikes last year. It's a specific bike for training. Really? It's a Harley XG 350. Yeah.
Is that bike available for the public?
It is not currently. We're begging Harley because it's really cool to be able to learn to ride on a bike and then buy it. We've got obviously a lot of different options for it, but that one's currently not available.
So what are the, I'm a motorcycle enthusiast myself. I was telling you earlier, at one time I had 9 motorcycles.
And now you have 0, by the way, but I can fix that just so you know.
Yeah, well,
that does qualify as enthusiast, I think, 9, yeah.
9, yeah. I'm in between.
I understand.
So what are the and interesting, maybe a little bit too detailed, but what are the characteristics of a training motorcycle versus a big fat boy, that we go across the country?
Well, so a couple things. So, early on, on when I first got in. We had the old Buell Blast, and those were our training bikes, and then they came out with another one. This particular bike is it's a little more user-friendly in terms of learning to ride. The requirement is you got to be able to ride a bicycle. So that's the requirement to take the class. If you can balance on a bike, we can teach you. But it's just a little more user-friendly. The shift points are a little bit easier. It's governed, so you can't get out there on the course and run 90 miles an hour. There are bars, and it's almost like a cage on the bike. So you can't get hurt. You can't really damage the bike, so it's designed specifically to learn to ride.
Very easy to ride, easy to learn to ride, non-threatening.
Exactly.
Especially, we're talking Harleys here, so generally larger bikes.
Sure.
And that could seem very threatening to a new rider, I'm sure.
It is, and it's more perception than reality. The reality is the bigger bikes are easier to ride as you learn to ride than the smaller ones. But again, it's very user-friendly, easy to get on, easy to shift.
So you guys have obviously a full line of Harley Davidsons at Lakeland.
We have a few. Yeah, we sure do. So we're a full line. We've actually got 2 dealerships, Lakeland, and I've got one up in North Carolina at Fort Bragg. But yeah, full line store. Exciting year. Harley just came out with a couple of new bikes. The Street Glide and the Road Glide have been probably the 2 most popular bikes for a long time, but completely redesigned this year with a lot of cool features and benefits on them.
2024 models on that?
Yeah, 2024s, yep. And we have one, there are 2 sitting right over there at the tent. You can go take a look at them, sit on them, start them up, and who knows what goes on from there.
Now, I really like that you support Sun and Fun, of course, and you said you shut down the school for a couple weeks, and the training bikes are used just out here.
Yeah.
So out here doing what exactly?
Randall, what are they doing? You probably know better. I just bring the bikes out here.
So we bring the bikes out. So the volunteers that's helping marshal in the planes, they are escorting them to wherever they need to park or escorting them to the runway so that they can take off. So that's what the training bikes are out here doing. You can see most of the volunteers wearing the red shirts. If you see the gray bikes, the orange bars on them, that's our training bikes.
Yeah, so if you're walking around and you see that, absolutely say, hey, I could learn to ride a motorcycle on probably that bike.
That very bike.
That very bike.
It's exactly will be that bike, that's for sure.
There's 10 of them circling. So
that's great. And I love that you're out here supporting everything Sun and Fun does with that. How has business been in the Harley, motorcycle world, Harley specific, recently, last few years?
Yeah, so it's funny because there's this misconception that our riders are getting too old to ride. Not true. We see a lot of new riders coming. That's part of why we have the rider training program. But the bikes are designed. There's a younger crowd coming in, but the old guys like me, we still love riding. So business has been great. It's funny when obviously when COVID hit and everything, that changed business for a lot of people. For us, we were very busy and didn't have a lot of bikes. This is the first year since COVID where we've got a full inventory and stuff immediately available for delivery. So, and that's been good for the consumer. The pricing's come down and everything. So it's a good time to buy.
Tell us. Go ahead.
Your dealership here in Lakeland is here in town. Where's that? What's the address of that?
Yeah, we're at 4202 Lakeland Hills Boulevard. So we're right off I-4 there. Can't miss us. Again, it's a cool store. Come by on weekends. We give away. There's no place else in Lakeland that I know of where you can go eat free food, get a hamburger, get a hot dog, listen to some music on a Sunday, and probably even get a free beer if you really ask me.
And motorcycles.
Wow,
I'm in.
What's not to like, really?
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, and check our website. We've always got events going on. Last week we gave away a motorcycle. We do that twice a year, and it's a real deal. It's not one of those little, you got to stand on one hand and roll Harley 9 times on dice. Somebody wins a motorcycle twice a year. It's a pretty cool event.
So there are undoubtedly a lot of people listening here that they think maybe they want to learn how to ride a motorcycle, but they have this image, this image of Harley, and Harley has, of course, always been known for its image.
Sure,
right. Take us through some of the different models of bikes, just in brief. What kind of a range do you have? For everything from the full dress tourer on down, right? So give us a little bit of more detail.
Yeah.
on that.
So what they've done, you've got bikes everywhere from our Sportster and Nightster lineup, which are 975cc motorcycles. I wouldn't call them beginner motorcycles, and I don't mean that if you're a beginner you couldn't ride this, but people perceive this as a bike that you're going to ride for a few months. These are great motorcycles. You move up from there to the Softail lineup, which we've got the Hydroglide out there, which is a retro bike that just came out this year, and then you move up to the touring lineup. The touring bikes this year are amazing. The dash looks like you're in a fighter jet when you look at there's no gauges anymore. Everything's digital. It's amazing what they can do on a motorcycle today. And then you jump to the Tri-Glides, the trikes. So you got a full lineup ranging from $8,000 or $9,000 all the way up to $40,000 or $50,000. there's really something for everybody.
You
and
know,
I tell people, don't be afraid. Come check it out. If it's not for you, you'll figure it out in the class.
I stayed away from Harley for a while, for a bit, because I had this concept that, that's a very expensive motorcycle, because it's a Harley, but that's not the case. You're very, very competitively priced.
They're competitively priced, and I think the bigger point is they hold their value. So the ticket to entry the first time might be a little higher than, let's say, some of the other makes out there, but then they hold their value. So you can trade up every 3 or 4 years and really not get killed on your trading values because they hold the value.
It's been, I did used to ride, it's been over 20 years since I last rode. I mean, I'm sure the technology these days is far more advanced. You talked a little bit about the dash and stuff. Anti-lock brakes, cruise control,
all of it.
all that.
Again, everything's Bluetooth now.
Traction control.
Everything's digital. Traction control,
Oh,
rider enhancement, safety components on the motorcycle that tie in the traction control and the ABS and throttle response. It's all fly-by-wire now. I think it's ironic that we're out here at Sun and Fun, and what we sell is like an airplane on 2 wheels. When you really look at what they do, a lot of that technology comes into these motorcycles.
So you can
and we all love adrenaline, right? I mean, that's why we do it. It's fun.
So you Bluetooth your audio right to your helmet.
Yep. You can go right to the helmet or right to the speakers. They've got 500-watt sound systems that now come on some of these motorcycles. So yeah, there's really not much you can't do on this bike.
I really do see a lot of crossover between pilots and motorcycle riders. It just seems to be a kind of a common theme or attitude or something about it that appeals to both sides.
Right, it's we love our toys.
We do.
But don't want to minimize a Harley. It's much more than a toy, but it's this entire Harley personification is a special thing.
Yeah, it's a toy, and certainly the product is amazing, but the lifestyle and the culture, that's what's really cool. What other business do people come and just hang out on a Saturday and Sunday? We have 50 to 100 people just come hang out, and they get together and they go on rides together afterwards. They show back up at the store. So it's just, you got to check it out.
Absolutely. Well, we're coming up on a break here. Please give us, your location here at Sun and Fun.
We are, I can see us from here. What hangar is that we're across from, Miranda?
I believe that's the FFA building, or
the FAA.
Yeah,
hangar.
there
Okay,
you
right
go.
across in there. And website real quick.
Website, lakelandhd.com, www.lakelandhd.com.
Thank you very much, Lakeland Harley Davidson. Over to some announcements.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Sun and Fun Radio thanks Articulated for their support with our back deck restoration project. Founded in 2023, Articulated is a new company with years of experience thanks to the wide-ranging background of owner Dave Schaubetter. Offering both production and custom laser engraved products, Articulated can handle all your laser engraving needs. Their extra-large laser bed capacities separate them from the hobbyist laser companies. You can see an example of their work in the custom engravings on the refurbished back deck. Articulated.com.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the Epic Aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Did you know you can learn to TIG weld in our welding education workshops? Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. Lincoln Electric has become the global leader in arc welding and cutting and is renowned as the welding experts worldwide. With the industry's leading team of experts and the most comprehensive portfolio of solutions, they continue to advance innovation and deliver measurable value to our customers and their operations. You can find out more at the welding workshop or online at lincolnelectric.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
I'm going to have to beat my staff until they learn how to pronounce that word.
Austin Straubel.
Straubel. Think streusel, Straubel. Welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, and this is the 30th annual Sun and Fun radio broadcast. We've been doing this for 30 years. I'm Dave Shellbitter, volunteer chairman of the station. This good-looking guy on my left side here is Jack Mason, who is my co-chair of Live Air.
Thank you, Dave.
Came in as a voluntold. Thank you, Audrey. And next thing you know, he's helping run the place. He's actually rocking it. It's really nice to be able to step away and not have to be jumping back to the deck every 2 minutes.
Thank you. Big shoes to fill, but when you have a passion for aviation and you love it as much as we do, it becomes just second nature.
And you're one of the lucky ones. I just sit on my back porch and watch them fly over me. You actually work in aviation.
I do for the past 22 years. Actually, Publix Supermarkets, a Part 91 dispatcher. A foot-in-the-door position, kind of coming from another family-owned company, but it was just one of those opportunities that we like you. We'd like for you to stay. And 22 years later, here I am, raising a family in aviation, working in aviation, volunteering in aviation with Sun and Fun and ACE. And smiling every day. I'm ready for an air show, and I'm ready for just, more to come.
There we go. Well, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your recent nuptials.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Still looking at this hand and smiling.
Yeah. After time, you get used to it, and you just fiddle with it without even thinking about it. Like I was rewatching one of the things, and April says, "Why are you playing with your ring?" I didn't realize I'm doing it, and more so, I didn't realize the camera was catching me do it. This video is new to us. Green Bay Austin Straubel donated made a nice donation that allowed us to buy all the video gear and take Sun and Fun Radio to video. So we are video streaming on Facebook, SNF Radio on Facebook. We are video streaming on YouTube, Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube. That's all here. And now Sun and Fun, like I said, this is the 50th annual Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun's been around, going on for 50 years. I started coming way back before they had a museum or anything else. And, things evolve, and we got the museum, and we had to have museum directors and people to make sure things looked good and worked right. And that is a segue into our next guest, Greg Harbaugh. Welcome, Greg.
Thanks. Great to be here.
You were museum director what years? I forget.
I was Chief Operating Officer, Museum Director, and Chief Pilot from 2001 to 2006.
2001, so you were with us for 5 years,
Yep.
and there was a lot of growth in the
There was
museum at that time.
A lot of growth, a lot of sort of transformational thought about the future direction and potential of the Sun and Fun campus and what it might hold for the 11 and a half months of the year that weren't the fly-in.
And back then, they didn't really use the campus for anything. It was, nowadays there's stuff going on campus year-round.
Right.
But back then, it was just a big grass mowing job was pretty much all it was during the year.
And I mowed my share of grass. It was in that time frame where we began to think about what the possibility was of going from this amazing, wonderful aviation event that brought people from across the country and around the globe for those couple weeks to literally looking at it as a campus with all kinds of growth potential for outreach and aviation-related education and experience. So there was a lot of thought and exploration, if you will, of what we might do, what might be possible, and it's a delight to come back 18 years later and see so much of it has been brought to fruition.
And again, the years tend to run together on me now. That's my 45th year, so they kind of tend to run. The first, what's now the CFAA, the first educational stuff that we did was actually in what was then the maintenance, or it just stopped being the maintenance building. Were we doing any classes on campus while you were here, or was that still a concept?
We began through the Tom Davis Education Center.
Mm-hmm.
We actually worked with the Tom Davis family and funded and built the Education Center. And that was over and above some of the other programs, the Scout-related programs and stuff that were held on weekends at the pavilion. But when we built the Tom Davis Center, it was really sort of the catalyst to say we're really into and focused on this education element, and let's see where we can go from here.
So you're one of the ones that got it started all together, huh?
I was one of, I guess, a number of really good people, visionary people who saw the potential and the upside for growth and influence and impact in a very big way.
And look where it is today. I mean, Central Florida Aerospace Academy having over 350 students. We've got our very own Lakeland Aero Club, which is a high school club, right, allowing time for, true hands-on A&P to be able to fly, and they have a glider program. You have the Aerospace Center for Excellence. You've got their youth programs year-round. You've got their STEM activities. You've got their, what else? We see Miss Kimberly Brewer in the background. We've got the summer camp programs. I mean, so your vision and your work, 18 years ago has just fallen, into place from, many more years, and now thousands, not just, just a couple of, kids, but the thousands of kids, children, students that have gone through the aerospace program into the different tracks.
Yeah,
so
I take a great deal of personal pride and satisfaction seeing how things have evolved and unfolded. In those days, we began lecture series at the museum. We introduced, we had a Christmas program where a unnamed pilot flew a Stearman and rendezvoused with Santa's sleigh and brought him back to fly pattern over the museum, and it was wonderful to see the children kind of pour out of the museum and look up to the skies and actually see Santa flying.
I have cardboard.
It was transformational.
Forgive me, you just have a memory that popped back in my head. There was actually some wooden cutouts, and actually got some pictures of my children, which are now in their 20s, of course, during one of those events where they're peeking their heads through, the little, wooden cutouts, smiling out here on the Sun and Fun grounds.
Yeah.
Good memories, good times. But they grew up to become, I've got a young lady that's becoming an airport director later in life, thanks to Sun and Fun and ACE. My oldest of the three boys is actually in the Navy, and it was his passion for aviation and getting scholarship opportunities. Again, there's another factor right there. The vision just grew into thank you, Mr. James C. Ray, and the scholarship opportunities for these students. So I know we're kind of on the youth side, but your involvement has just been starting a point where it's grown into so much. But Greg, your feet have not always been just on the ground. There's also a NASA side to your history and passion as well. So kind of tell us about that.
Well, I have my own sort of origin story about taking my first flight at 9 years old in a Cessna 172 and flying 45 minutes to my grandmother's, the airport adjacent to my grandmother's house, and falling in love with aviation. That really set me on my life path that ultimately led to me flying 4 missions aboard various space shuttles and doing 3 spacewalks and spending 34 days in low Earth orbit, rendezvousing with the Russian Mir space station and doing some upgrades to the Hubble telescope. So it was with that backdrop that I came to Sun and Fun in 2001. My last 4 years with NASA, I was the head of the EVA process and program. So I knew what was possible when a young person was empowered and supported, and that there was a vision for the future. And so it was no small part of my intention coming here to sort of help pass that along. And I must say that with ACE and Sun and Fun and the museum and all of it, they've really brought that to a whole nother level. And you don't see very many kids walking around here looking at their iPhones.
No. Luckily, they're not looking down. With the hands, they're looking straight up or all around.
They're looking up instead of looking down.
Absolutely,
and that's an important thing.
And the ones that are looking at their iPhones are watching Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube. Sun Dash. No, I'm just kidding. There was a lot. The changes. Have you been back? Have you visited us since you left, or is this the first time you're back with us?
This is really sort of the first formal homecoming.
Yeah.
I was otherwise gainfully occupied for a lot of the time that I was away, but it's been 18 years since I've really been back for the event and spent time touring the museum, and Kimberly Brewer is doing a wonderful job with the education programming, so I'm getting kind of caught up on what all the progress has been.
A lot of changes since have taken place, but
school wasn't there.
No, there was no high school.
Was the pavilion on? I know that the Skylab is new, obviously, but was the pavilion was there? And did we have 3 or 4 hangars? I forget.
We had 4 hangars.
We did have the 4 hangars.
At my last fly-in before I left, we had the 25th anniversary celebration of STS-1, the first space shuttle launch with John Young and Bob Crippen coming back at my request with Miles O'Brien from who was then with CNN hosting. It was a fantastic program, and that was sort of a wonderful, uplifting affirmation of the value and merit of what Sun and Fun had to offer at that time. It was just a great program and a great kickoff to what lay in the future.
Greg, we're not cutting you short on any time, but Dave, I've got the voices in my ear saying we do have a guest coming up next for our hot swap, so just an FYI on that one. But who is this young lady sitting next to you? If we can do a quick introduction as well.
This is my bride of 43 years.
Something like that.
Carol.
What did you do? Take her out of the cradle?
Carol Saunders.
40 years. What did you do? Take her out of the cradle?
Come on. Absolutely.
So, if people want to meet up with you while you're here? I know we're coming into Air Show in a few minutes, but where can people meet up with you here? Today.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I have a good answer.
Okay. Find Kimberly
Is there a
Brewer.
way to- yeah, find-
I'll look it up and I'll announce Kimberly's cell phone number. You can call Kimberly.
Area code 863.
You know where that's coming from. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
The cell phone number being announced during the volunteer meeting.
My cell phone number? I think
Yes.
I did. Post that. Now I know where all those calls were coming from.
Greg Harborough, former employee, boss, foundation visionary,
contributor. Maybe.
Contributor. Thank you so much for
Thank
stopping
you.
by and
Thank
talking
you
to
very
us.
much.
I'm getting funny signals from Derek over there that we got to wrap it up and get our next guest on deck.
All right.
So
Well,
we're gonna do what's called a hot swap. So feel free to step away. Thank you guys so much. See Derek on the way out for some parting gifts.
It's been a delight. Thanks, guys.
Thank you
both.
Thank you. So
That
now
was fun.
jumping over and grabbing the mouse.
Yeah,
to
I'm
bring
grabbing
up
the
our
mouse from you.
shout-outs.
So finding the mouse with my spectacles on. We get a shout out page going on here.
I want to shout out. My personal shout out is to Kimberly Brewer for everything she does for Sun Fun. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. We got the Corn Roast, Chapter 797 out of Live Oak, Florida. Does our corn roast every night. I believe it's still 797, or maybe they're the Flightline tours. We have a corn roast every night. That has been a tradition from about the beginning. So they're out in the campground. They drive around. We have a corn roast. Definitely have to get some roasted in the husk corn.
Share
or
a
you're missing
story.
out.
Meet somebody. We always say you never know who you could be sitting next to in the aviation industry or world.
Yeah, Sun and Fun is a great equalizer because you might be sitting next to a Cub pilot, and you might have a Lear owner on the other side of you. Sun and Fun is a great organizer, a great equalizer. And one of the things Sun and Fun could not exist without is sponsors. Our sponsors make it happen. Sun and Fun is the big fundraiser. I'm trying to remember what Eric said. 50% of the budget is raised during Sun and Fun.
Mhm.
Our sponsors help make it happen. And one of our sponsors is Van Duit. And on deck with us now, and Jack took my cheat sheet away from me because he was... So we have, sir, please introduce yourself because I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me.
Perfect. Well, I've got one in front of me, so
Cool.
we'll be good to go.
All right. And you are?
I'm Ted Van Devort. I'm with Van Duit Adventure Vans and Van Duit Commercial.
Okay. And Van Duit and Van Duit Commercial.
Yes.
There was actually jokes back and forth. Is it Van Duit? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that it's Van Do It. Your van can do it. Tell me about Van Duit.
Well, it's funny you say that. We get asked all the time, Van Duit, what is Van Duit? But you're exactly right. It's Van Duit. We can Van Duit about any type of mobile application, whether it's for the adventurer that's going out to explore and enjoy doing what they're doing, whether it's biking, fishing, mountain climbing. We provide a vehicle that can do that. We also do a commercial application where we'll build vehicles specifically for the type of entity such as law enforcement. We do mobile command. We do drone vehicles. We do surveillance vehicles. We also do mobile office. We do behavioral health vans. So
Really? Wow.
pretty much the whole gamut of what you need. And the thing that really makes us unique is the fact that we can provide a vehicle that is off-grid. So we can provide the ability for them to go off-grid for a few hours or several hours or a week at a time, and they don't have to be connected up with power.
Now, the two things I remember when we were writing your sponsor announcement was the first one was modular.
Yes.
Completely. Tell me how the modular system works.
Well, when you're looking for a mobile application, a lot of times, there's a lot of great companies out there, but they provide, platform 1, 2, or 3, or van 1, 2, or 3, ABC type thing. We're completely different. The fact that we have a vehicle and the modularity with the different components and using the extruded aluminum, we can let them design the vehicle that applies to what they're needing to do.
So I like to go camping, but the wife doesn't want to be off the grid. She wants to. So I'm going to come to you and say I'd like a small drivable camping unit.
Yep.
But I see your units have huge water tanks and huge sewage tanks and solar panels. We don't need any of that. You guys can build a camper for me how I want it.
Exactly, and we're completely different in that aspect as well. You know, we don't have the huge water tanks, and we don't have the all the things that's typically found on an RV. All of ours, even our water units, are modular, so you can have a kitchen pod which has water in it. We have showers. We can provide you the water application, and the thing that makes us unique is we do that in a way that when the weather gets cold, they don't have to empty the tank out or empty out all the different parts that you would have with a bathroom. That unit just completely comes out and it's ready to go.
Oh, that's cool. So you don't really have to winterize your rig, which
right.
is
And
being an RV owner, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Although I live in Florida, I've never had to winterize my camper or my boat. And now another thing that was in I remembered from writing your sponsor ad was that you guys have modular units for disaster relief.
We do.
Tell me about those.
So, as I'd mentioned before, we're able to provide those vehicles with off-grid capabilities. We can also provide a vehicle that has a multi-function purpose. So if you do mobile disasters and you're needing the vehicle that can do, provide service for situations where they don't have power, or they're needing medical care, or they're needing supplies, we can provide all of that. Our vehicle also has the power capabilities of being able to provide power for other operations.
Are you running battery banks, generators? How are you handling that?
We have lithium batteries.
Okay.
Some of the units we've built can provide as much power as what maybe like 5 households has in them. We can provide 240 volts of power. And we can do that all off grids. Our system is a smart charging system, so that whether you are needing the batteries charged from the vehicle, from solar, or from shore power, we actually have the fourth redundancy, which we don't have in all applications. We can do a generator if they want, but most of our vehicles don't require a generator. So you go off grid and you don't have the sound. The other thing that makes it unique is we build off the Ford Transit. We have a very good relationship with Ford Motor Company. When we designed the adventure vans, there was actually engineers came in to help us design it so that if it's a passenger van, it has all the same functionality with the side curtain airbags. All of our system integrates in with that and works very well with it. So it allows them to have all the safety features that they would normally have in a 15-passenger Ford Transit, but still have the functionality with our modularity.
So it sounds like this design is getting away from other industries that describe a cookie-cutter design. It's like you said earlier, A, B, or C. That is not the choices, that you're stuck with or limited to. A, B, and C is like, you can change the color of interior, exterior, basic. So full customization is allowed. Lead time. So I've got my idea, my game plan. I'm going to sit down with Canduit and go ahead and get that, spec'd out. So what would be lead time from the planning stages to final production, maybe?
We have units that we've built that are in stock. So availability would be 4 to 6 weeks on a unit like that. And then depending on the type of build you're wanting, the complexity of that build, it can go out anywhere from 4 months to a year. But again, because we're letting you design the vehicle that fits the things that you want to do, it varies by build and by the person that's purchasing.
Oh, completely. I mean, if you're expected to be done, next week, then you're not getting that product that really would be that customized. So, it's Van Do It. I know I said Can Do It there a minute ago, but it's that Can Do It attitude, of course, that's, behind Van Do It to provide that, complexity into that final product.
Yep. The other thing that we do as a company, I've been with the company for 30 plus years, and we've got several divisions of the company, but when we started the Van Do It division, it was started in a really unique way. Because we're a fleet company, we have thousands of vans all over the country that were in the lease pool or being used by corporations or companies. There'd be certain times of the year where those vehicles would come back in and would need to be sent back to the manufacturer or to the pool to be sold, so those vehicles wouldn't be utilized. And the owner's sons and son-in-law actually pulled one of those vehicles out of our fleet pool with the approval of the owner's wife, and they designed, and he loves biking and outdoor stuff. They actually built a van that was the modular type van for him specifically.
Okay.
After that was built, he took it out and started using it in cycling events and stuff, and he had people approach him and said, hey, where do I get a van like this? He said, this was custom built for me, and we really don't produce them. Long story short, after a few months, we convinced him that we should start building these vans. We went into production about 7 years ago, and one of the prerequisites, wow, that plane is loud. One of the prerequisites of him starting the division of Van Do It was that we weren't going to just build vehicles, but we're going to build relationships with our customers. So when a customer purchases a Van Do It, they come into the factory, they meet the team. We usually do a 1 to 2 day delivery. We help them set up their van, and then we have like we call it VOX, vehicle owner experience, where they take the vans out from all over the country and do different adventures and stuff together. So it's all about relationship and all about creating a group of people that enjoy using Van Do It's and stuff, and it's really cool.
It's
Now, I saw
mobile
one-
advertising.
We're running out of time here. I saw one of your rigs up at the museum the other day. Is that where your base is, right up there behind the pavilion, or where are you
Yeah,
on the
we're
grounds?
in booth 7172. We're also the official sponsor, media sponsor
Yep.
with Sun and Funds for 2024. So you'll see those vans running around. But we'd love to have people come over by, and we have the Van Do It commercial with the Mobile Command, and we also have the Adventure van. We'd love to have you come over.
All right, and one more time, that location is?
Booth 71 and 72.
Okay, 71, 72, and online?
It is www.vandoitcommercial.com or www.vandoit.com.
All right, Ted Vandervoort. Now here I thought maybe Van Do It was your company, but just the fact that your name has Van is a coincidence.
Well, we're just a big family company, and
There
I've
you
been
go.
around long enough. The owner's kids call me Uncle Ted. So.
Uncle Ted, all right. Well, Uncle Ted, we appreciate you making time to talk to us. We're going to have to go to our air show, I believe. We're got an air show starting at 1 o'clock. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m., Lakeland, Florida, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF. Take us to air show, Mr. Decker.